This regular Medicine Hat City Council meeting is called to order at 6:30 p.m. on July 21st, 2025. We will begin with a moment for prayer or reflection. The City of Medicine Hat acknowledges that we live and work on treaty territory. The city pays respect to all Indigenous peoples and honors their past, present, and future. We recognize and respect their cultural heritages and relationships to the land. Now we'll move on to the adoption of previous council meeting minutes for July 7th, 2025. I was not at that meeting, but is there any errors or omissions? I do want to note that I've advised the city clerk that there was an error in the June 16th meeting minutes with regard to one of the motions, so she's going to go back and review the tape on that. So we'll adopt the minutes as presented. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. Are there any amendments requested? Councillor Robbins?
Yes, I know that we have visitors here under new business, under municipal inspection, and out of respect for their time and the time for council to be able to ask questions of them, I would ask that, or motion that municipal inspection under new business 10.1 be inserted before unfinished business.
I'll second that motion. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Are there any other changes that anyone wishes to make? And then we can just do one motion. No, seeing none? Okay, we'll vote on the motion to adopt the agenda as amended by moving item 10.1 to 9.1. That's unanimous. I have some concerns with the length of the agenda. I'm not sure that we'll be able to get through it all. I know that we have quite a bit of unfinished business, including the MCC, legal fees, and this item. So perhaps administration could think about what items may not need to go ahead. City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you. Through the chair, we could put the expense reports forward to the August 18th meeting. I do believe the FCSS has already been moved, so I think that should go ahead.
I'm not sure there will be an appetite to remove that one, but
I could remove my motion. Sorry, through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had two notices of motion that were due for today. I would bump those if needed in the order of things.
okay, well, those are at the end anyway, so we might not get to them, but I'm thinking there's a lot of business that we might not get to, but we'll see. Next up is council announcements. Does anyone have council announcements? I'm going to go, can you guys use the speakers list? Councillor Robbins?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. I have two announcements today. So one, I just wanted to congratulate one of our local sports team for winning provincials. So the U13B Lacrosse Sun Devils Black team went to provincials not last weekend, but the weekend before. And they worked very hard as a team, and they ended up coming away with a gold medal. Many kudos to their coach. And I just want to say for people who are listening that lacrosse is sort of starting to really come up in Medicine Hat. The local association is very well organized, really well run, promotes lacrosse. There's more girls coming out to lacrosse, so it's really exciting sport. If you haven't watched lacrosse, I highly encourage you to do so. I know that they won because one of my daughters decided randomly one day that she wanted to be a lacrosse player, and so now she finds herself on a provincial team. But in watching not only the association, how well organized they are, the volunteers, the coaches, all of that. There's also a connection, I find, to the city staff because, of course, box lacrosse is played inside a rink with no ice in it. So when our ice is taken out, our facilities still have another use for ball hockey and for lacrosse as well. And so the staff cleans it all out, paints lacrosse lines on, and then we're able to play and host a large tournament in our otherwise empty buildings over the spring months. So thanks to the staff who've always kept those buildings in such great working order, and it's always very impressive to see how ready they are for the next sport coming in. And congratulations to the whole team for their it was the first U13 team, I'm informed, the first U13 team from Medicine Hat who's ever won provincials. So it's a significant accomplishment.
Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. Councillor Sharps and I had the awesome opportunity to go and volunteer and hand out medals at the Medicine Hat Pickleball Club, which it was their 2025 Western Canadian Championship. And I just have to say, what an awesome group of people, and what an awesome facility that we have up there at the South Country Co-op pickleball courts. There were 435 competitors from all over, and all the, I guess you call them refs, were from British Columbia, and 135 volunteers. So it was an awesome financial impact as well to the community, and the players cannot say enough about what a wonderful facility we have and a great group of people. So that group has worked very hard to have this awesome facility in our community, and I just want to congratulate them. And I might even give it a try one time. It's so awesome to watch and very competitive, and it's also for a lot of youth, which was something I learned. So that's one thing, and one more thing. Mayor Clark, may I? Just a little side note, down at King Cooley, we have a group of senior men's slow pitch fellas, and they play, they have a designated diamond down there, and it is, the upkeep and everything is so beautiful. But what I wanted to say is, there has been a memory wall created with James Marshall and his right-hand guy there, Highland Mays. And James has taken the time to construct and design part of the wall, and there will be players' names on there that have passed on but had taken part in playing in that sport. So if we're out for an evening, a drive, or in a walk in King Cooley, stop by. The wall itself, the names haven't been put on as of yet, I don't think, but it is just a beautiful tribute to the players down there, and who else to do it but Mr. James Marshall. So I just wanted to announce that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. So I just want to say thank you to staff and community members who came out to Hill Yeah on July 14th at Hill Park and Pool. There was celebrations in the pool, including a DJ, games in the park. They even activated Moose Rec Center for skateboarding and some young child activities. And this event was to celebrate the reopening of the pool after some really beneficial renovations, as well as the renovations on Division Avenue. So thank you to those of you that came out and made our community bright on the 14th, and thank you to staff for all the work that went into these changes. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
Man, it's been a busy couple of weeks. So at one of the events Councillor Van Dyke and I attended was the Medicine Hat Cricket Association held a 3-day tournament here last weekend before. There was 19 teams from all over Western Canada here. So again, they were here Thursday to Monday, some of them left. impacted our hotel, our tourism, and one of the things all the team said was we had one of the best cricket pitches. So big cheers out to Parks and Rec, because it is a beautiful cricket pitch. So it's really starting to get a big gathering and a lot of following. People were there explaining the game, lots of people attending, asking more questions. How can they learn? How do they get their kids? So it's overall a really good attendance, but it was a great turnout, I think, so.
Thank you. I'm going to go, I do see your name there. I have a couple of announcements. So our U13 Mavs are in Kingston for the Little League National Championships. And they are doing quite well. I believe they've only lost one game and are in the semis. So if you know someone on that team or their parents, just give them a little comment to show them that our community is behind them as they play. And of course, Stampede is right upon us, but another activity you might want to check out is the Medicine Hat Big League Baseball. It's the 2025 Alberta-Montana AA American Legion Baseball State Championships, and that's occurring here. It's being hosted by Medicine Hat Moose Monarchs, and it'll take place from July 30th to August 3rd, and the opening ceremonies are on July 30th, 6 p.m. at Kincooley, with the game opener to follow immediately thereafter. Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I just wanted to, this is my second announcement of the day. I know there's been some curiosity. I think maybe last year I was acting mayor or deputy mayor, and I ended up talking to Dan Reinish over at Chat during one of the noon hour sessions, and he asked me if I was going to run again, and I said no, I wasn't, because I had travel plans with my children the following year. So then some people thought it was January, which obviously I'm still sitting here, so it's not. But I just wanted to say that this is my last in-person council meeting. I have maneuvered my schedule so that I will be able to attend online for the remaining 4 meetings of this council in August, 2 in September, 1 in October. So I will attend all of those unless I have some sort of technological failure, which can happen, but I'll make sure there's room in my schedule for all of that. And thankfully, our IT department is very clever, so they have arranged for me to be able to access all of the materials, all of my emails, and so I'll continue to do council work. So I know there had been some speculation in the community about that. A lot of people know that I'm leaving. I think I have 15 days left before my year of travel with my children starts, but they have many things they have to do on their trip, schoolwork-wise, and so this is something that I will continue to do the work of council just from a distance. So this is the last time I'll sit at the Horseshoe, so I just want to thank my fellow councillors in person for the challenges and the rewards of the position. I feel privileged to have been able to sit here, and anyway, so thank you all. And thank you, of course, to the city staff for all of your answers to my many questions to you. Thanks.
I'm just taking over the chair for a quick minute, so we will go on to the consent agenda. Is there anything anybody wants to pull out of that agenda? Can I get a motion to accept? Do I need a motion to accept? I need a motion to accept.
I move that council adopts the consent agenda items as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And we can vote. Thank you very much. Do we note that Mayor Clark left the room? Thank you very much, Steph. On to 9.1, unfinished business, or 9 rather, unfinished business, 9.1, the 2026-2027 Family and Community. I knew that. Yeah, I totally forgot you all were here right there. We're going to jump over to new business. So sorry about that. Honestly, you made more of an impact. I did remember that you were all here. We can start with the municipal inspection, and I'm going to turn that over to you, City Manager, for an introduction.
Thank you,
Through
Councillor
the-
Sharps. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to turn the chair over to Associate Deputy Minister Gary Sandberg to go over the inspection that was requested.
Thanks very much. So first off, good evening, everyone. Start off again by thanking all of you for giving us this opportunity to share information with you and with your residents through this public forum. We're here on behalf of the Honorable Dan Williams, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, to share information on the inspection of the City of Medicine Hat. My name is Gary Sandberg, and as the City Manager mentioned, I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of Municipal Services with Municipal Affairs. With me tonight is Mr. Ian McCormack, who is the Independent Inspector for the inspection of the City of Medicine Hat. This evening, we're going to share some information on the inspection of the city that was initiated last fall, as well as some decisions that the Minister of Municipal Affairs has made as a result of the inspection. Oh, there we go. So it's a fairly basic agenda. There we go. So a fairly basic agenda. We're going to try and cover things as efficiently as we can. We're going to give you a basic overview of inspections. I think it's very important that folks understand what an inspection is and what an inspection isn't. We will have the inspector provide a presentation on his inspection process and inspection report. Then I will come back to share with you some directives that the minister has decided to issue, and we can talk briefly about next steps as well. So, some quick background on municipal inspections. No. I am clearly not good at this. Here we go. And back. All right. So before I turn things over to the inspector, it's important to have some basic understanding of municipal inspections. As a general rule, Alberta's Municipal Government Act gives very significant authority and flexibility to each locally elected municipal council. The legislation does not give the Minister of Municipal Affairs significant authority to directly intervene in local decision-making, whether those local decisions are popular or not. Councils, as you well know, are elected to make decisions. Sometimes they have to make tough decisions, and sometimes people will disagree with those decisions. But if a council is complying with the Municipal Government Act, the minister has no authority to intervene. An inspection is one of the very few instances where the minister can, in fact, directly intervene in local government decision-making. Under Section 571 of the Municipal Government Act, the minister may appoint an inspector to look into the management, administration, or operation of any municipality. And under Section 574 of the legislation, the minister can take action in response to an inspection report if the minister believes, as a result of the inspection, that the municipality is managed in an irregular, improper, or improvident manner. Now, the terms irregular, improvident, and improper are not defined in the Municipal Government Act, but they are generally considered to mean the following. Something that is irregular is something not following the rules about what should be done. Something which is improper is something which deviates from accepted standards. And finally, something which is improvident lacks foresight. It does not consider future needs and is not wise or sensible regarding money. Very importantly, I'll say again, an inspection does not consider whether council decisions are popular. An inspection can only really consider whether the council and administration are acting in accordance with their duties and obligations under the legislation. In the case of Medicine Hat, City Council asked the former minister last fall to conduct an inspection. The minister agreed to do that. It's important to recognize that Municipal Affairs utilizes independent outside experts to conduct inspections to provide an objective third-party review. In this case, the minister appointed Mr. McCormack, who you'll be hearing from shortly. One last note on inspections: they are not intended to be punitive. Instead, their intent is to support the municipality in correcting any concerns that have been identified to ensure sound governance and appropriate administrative practices in the service of the community. Now, with that, I'd like to turn things over to the independent inspector, Mr. Ian McCormack, to talk about the inspection of the City of Medicine Hat.
I can figure out the clicker.
Are you able to provide copies of your presentation?
So we're going to be providing significant documentation after the meeting, and I can speak about that a bit later if you like. But the inspection report, the minister's reasons for decision, the minister's letter to council, and a fact sheet are all going to be available online. And some of those documents, a fact sheet and the ministerial order issuing directives, will be available at a table outside the meeting room for members of the public to pick up after the meeting if they're interested.
But not the presentation?
I have no concern sharing the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, other members of City Council and City Administration, good afternoon. As you know, this presentation is about the Municipal Inspection Report for the City of Medicine Hat, of which you have a copy. Our goal through this afternoon's presentation is to share findings, context, and recommendations to support stronger governance and operations going forward. The full report is over 200 pages and contains nearly 70 recommendations. My presentation here today will cover the high level rather than detail, and since the report will become public momentarily, any interested individual can dig into the details. I will note that the report that the public sees is identical to the one that Council sees. There is only one report. We'll walk through the background and mandate of the inspection, some of the key themes that emerged. We'll talk about our methodology and the procedural fairness lens that was applied. We'll conclude with the highlights, a summary of recommendations, and the questions that you might have. So in terms of the background, this was already referred to briefly by the Assistant Deputy Minister, but the inspection was initiated following a September 3rd, 2024 resolution by Council, and it was approved by the former Minister of Municipal Affairs, Rick McIver, on October 29th of last year. The inspection was conducted under Section 571 of the Municipal Government Act, or MGA, and it covered a wide range of topics, including council conduct, administration, operations, and organizational structure. The ministerial order outlined 5 core issues that were to be explored during the inspection. Of these, the first one was council members engaging in administrative duties. The second was dysfunction and fractured leadership at the council table. Number 3 was governance inefficiencies affecting operations. Number 4 was a lack of clarity in structure and purpose. And number 5 was procedural breakdowns during council meetings. Each of these were explored thoroughly. I will note that there is a sixth, this is the 6th or 7th inspection that we have conducted over the years. And to my knowledge, Medicine Hat is the largest municipality in Alberta to have undergone this process. The inspection's scope, as directed by the minister, was intentionally broad. It included governance practices, council administration dynamics, internal administration, financial operations, and the overall direction of the City of Medicine Hat. The goal was to assess overall direction setting, role clarity, and whether governance was regular, proper, and prudent. During the course of the inspection, municipal legislation in Alberta changed significantly. However, the inspection was conducted using the legislation of the day. You likely all noticed that there was a significant amount of interest expressed in the inspection, particularly at the beginning. Some level of external interest remained throughout the process. This included interest from media, organizations, and interested individuals. Approximately 25 interviews were conducted, including all current and some former members of City Council, the current CAO and some former CAOs, senior administrators, and others by exception, including some individuals. It also included document reviews, media coverage, and public input. There was a dedicated email address that was included as part of the inspection. Our method aimed to balance fairness, accuracy, and transparency. This was a very important, procedural fairness was a very important lens for the inspection. ensuring that decisions and processes were not just fair, but they were perceived to be fair. We evaluated transparency, consistency, and impartiality. Fairness builds trust in governance and the legitimacy of decisions. The standard for conclusions is based on a balance of probabilities, not on isolated anecdotes, and not beyond a reasonable doubt. Anonymous input and feedback, whether by voice, email, or letter, was acknowledged, but not cited. Updates and corrections were incorporated during the procedural fairness stage of the inspection where they were deemed appropriate. This altered some of the details in the report, but not its overall conclusions. So to get into the report itself. An executive summary, our main finding here is that governance has at times been irregular, improper, and improvident. These words have specific meaning that's important in the life of any inspection, and they appear in the Municipal Government Act. We do define them in the report. Irregular we define as similar to the way the Assistant Deputy Minister noted, not according to established practice or principles or law, not normal, not following the usual rules about what should be done. Improper is deviating from fact, truth, or established usage, unsuitable, not appropriate, or not conforming to acceptable standards of conduct. And improvident is lacking foresight, taking no thought to future needs, spendthrift, not providing for or saving for the future, not wise or sensible regarding money. So those are the definitions we were working with. There is a tension and conflict in all municipal councils at some point. Much of that is healthy and leads to better long-term decisions being made. However, in the case of Medicine Hat, this isn't about isolated incidents, but rather about patterns of dysfunction, strained relationships, procedural breakdowns, and leadership issues. It's important to note that it appears that service delivery has remained largely steady thanks to staff resilience and to expressed citizen needs. Inspections are designed to point out what's going well, just as much as they are designed to point out where there are areas for improvement. Starting with the positive, there are many aspects of the City of Medicine Hat which it does well. Medicine Hat remains a city with a dedicated public servants, consistently delivering the services and programs that people who live here require. Given the size of the city and the complexity of the operation, staff in a city tend to be more narrowly focused in their expertise than they would be if they were in a town or a village. The city has strong financial management and significant assets. It also has historically effective utility operations that are broader than we would find in most municipalities. Judging by the number of people who put their name forward for elected office in this city in the last election, there is strong interest in public service and leadership. The city has very deep roots and a long history. All of this results in an elected, staff, management, and volunteer cohort that's committed and capable, and there is evident community pride. As an inspector, this comes forward early in the process and is shown through cooperation and the candidness in the inspection interview process. I thank all interviewees for this. Moving to the substance of the report, this follows the requirements laid out in the ministerial order. We noted frequent overreach by council and the mayor in particular into administrative areas, some poor relationships within council and between council and administration. The Administrative Organization, or AO bylaw was flagged several times as contributing to blurred lines between governance and operations in several ways, both significant and minor. The bylaw was identified as being problematic throughout the entire inspection. The next few slides speak to governance in the City of Medicine Hat. Legislation in Alberta sets the composition of a city council at 7 members unless the city votes to change the number. Medicine Hat has had a 9-member council since 1908, but lacks a bylaw confirming this. A formal bylaw is recommended to address this irregularity, as similar issues have triggered ministerial directives elsewhere. The Code of Conduct breach stemming from the August 21st, 2023 meeting, followed by sanctions and a judicial review, represents a low point in conduct and cohesion. This issue dominated media and interviews. This forms the nexus of the inspection. In brief, at this meeting, the city manager contravened the AO bylaw, a topic that will return later. The mayor was found by her colleagues to have contravened the code of conduct in the same meeting during a confrontation with the city manager. This led to a series of sanctions being applied against the mayor and a subsequent judicial review of council's decisions brought about by the mayor. In August of 2024, Justice Nation of the Court of King's Bench confirmed that the mayor had breached the code of conduct of the day, but that the sanctions applied by City Council were disproportionate to the severity of the breach, so most of them were removed. The final sanction was removed in February of this year. This meeting and the relationships in the highest level of the city became the basis for the inspection, as called by the minister. In Alberta, orientations for new councils are mandatory within a short window following an election. This was the case for City Council elected in October of 2021. That orientation in 2021 lacked a governance focus. It felt more like onboarding than a true orientation to the role of City Councillor. With 7 of the 9 members of council being new, this was a missed opportunity and likely led to some of the issues that eventually gave rise to the inspection. We recommend a revised orientation for the next council that will be elected this year. We couple this with another recommendation for ongoing governance training throughout the 25 to 29 council term. Strategic planning is critical for a council. Without a plan, there is no focus and no identification of what success will look like by the end of the term and beyond. The initial strategic planning process for this council was inconsistent. Not all members attended all the sessions, and the plan itself lacked clear metrics. While there is more detail in the report, the mayor's version of the plan that was presented to City Council was criticized for not representing council as a whole. With a focus on real governance, strategic planning needs to be team-based and measurable. Meetings of council and committees are where the business of the city's governance occurs. Most of these meetings occur in public, but there are limited allowances for some of the business to be transacted in a closed session, sometimes known as in camera. Eventually, almost all votes have to happen in public, though. Through the course of the term, meeting decorum and adherence to meeting procedures has been a frequent concern and was noted by most interviewees as contributing to council meetings being inefficient or conflictual. Closed sessions, in camera, were overused. Closed meeting summaries were an irregular practice of a record of a closed meeting. Votes needed better documentation, and there was a need for procedural refreshers about council meetings and committees. I will note, however, that through the course of the inspection, a lot of progress has already been made on this front. There are some recommendations about meeting procedures in this report that have likely already been fulfilled. Moving on to the administrative aspects of the inspection, the interface between council and staff is the city manager. This is the only employee in council. This person is hired, evaluated, and replaced by council and acts at the pleasure of council as a whole. The CAO is the administrative expert. They are expected to provide advice to City Council based on their collective knowledge and the expertise of the city's staff complement. Council will put their political lens in front of the city manager's advice and make the best decision they can. The city manager is then expected to faithfully carry out the will of council. There have been 5 CAOs or city managers over the course of this council term. This has become highly disruptive. Relationships between the mayor and the CAO and between council and administration have been tense and at times dysfunctional. Any focus on this relationship takes away from the business of the city. There were comments provided during the inspection about the city manager not respecting some councillors and some of council's decisions. There were also accusations of the city manager allegedly treating staff inappropriately and contributing to a negative culture. This needs attention to rebuild trust and efficiency. Internal efforts to determine staff feelings about culture have seen results that indicate that culture is poor. This requires considerable effort to turn around toward a positive culture. This too needs attention to rebuild trust. While Council has a strategic plan, the way the plan gets implemented is through management's business plans. These plans are in place and they are current. I will note that most of the business of the city does not appear in Council's strategic plan because that plan is about change, whereas business plans include change-related matters, but they also include detail about the ongoing business of the city. At the start of this inspection, many policies and bylaws were outdated or missing entirely. This leads to inconsistent decision-making. Robust sets of bylaws and policies save the city time because they essentially comprise a set of pre-made decisions wherein administration does not have to ask Council for direction repeatedly on the same topic. While the mandatory bylaws are present, there is an overall lack of both bylaws and policies, and of those that exist, many of them had not been reviewed in some time. Bylaws remain in force and effect until they are either changed or repealed by City Council or by provincial legislation. These are public documents and should be readily available to anyone seeking them. A review schedule for digital access improvements are recommended. This is one of the areas that administration and council have been working on over the past year, so it's an area that's moving ahead of the recommendations in this report. There's confusion over who speaks for the city. While there are official channels, there have also been both unofficial channels and individuals who have sometimes provided personal opinions rather than the voice of the city and its council. This occasionally leads to confusion about what the official position of the city might be on a particular topic. The 2025 State of the City Address is an example of this. Typically, this event is one where the mayor indicates what the city has done and what's on the horizon. This year, the State of the City Address focused more about the mayor's opinions and insights. The participation policy is outdated and needs to be updated if this has not already been done. Social media use by some officials has added to mistrust. Some members are more active than others, which is to be expected. Future efforts should emphasize collective messaging and updated policy. There have been leaks of sensitive material, sometimes intentionally and sometimes not. This has damaged internal trust. Confidentiality must be upheld consistently and aligned with the Municipal Government Act, revised privacy legislation, and previously the Code of Conduct. I will note that both freedom of information legislation and the Code of Conduct legislation have changed significantly during the course of the inspection, so a review will be needed. While finances are stable, public understanding of financial decisions is lacking. Overall transparency in financial processes should be improved. The city employs contingency funds to anticipate that there will be unforeseen costs over the course of a year, though the amount of money budgeted into these funds has reduced significantly recently. These funds have been a flashpoint because it appears that significant unbudgeted expenditures have been made, where in reality these expenditures were only unbudgeted because they were unknown when the budget was approved. The costs were assigned to the budgeted contingency fund and then reported. Given the confusion about these funds, there needs to be more policy and transparency around the use, expenditures, and public reporting of them. Going back to the interface of governance decisions versus administrative decisions, there's been some lack of expediency in processes like expense approvals being delayed, severance payouts being lengthier than necessary, and contingency funds being misunderstood. The topic of conflict of interest almost always emerges in inspections. Medicine Hat is no different. The rules around conflict of interest and pecuniary interest are very specific in Alberta's legislation. A review of the declarations of conflict of interest did not indicate any misuse, and in fact, council members who did declare an interest tended to fall on the side of declaring a pecuniary interest where there was not one. We've made over 70 recommendations across governance, administration, and finance. These focus on clarifying roles, updating documentation, and reinforcing trust and accountability. There are 6 key recommendations that I'd like to highlight. Each appears in the report in the context of why the particular recommendation is made and recognizing where we are in terms of the 2021 to 2025 City Council. The first key recommendation is to review and adhere to meeting procedures. This is identified as a way to make meetings run more expeditiously and more predictably, both for members of council, administration, and the public. That would be done by an update to the meeting procedure bylaw. This is one of the recommendations that is likely been overtaken by change to provincial legislations, which have removed codes of conduct across the province. But the recommendation was to update the code of conduct semi-annually. Bill 50 repealed the code of conduct, so this recommendation no longer carries as much weight. However, it's a note that the legislation of the day that changes from time to time is the legislation that needs to be used by every municipality. The third recommendation, the key recommendation, is about upholding confidentiality rigorously. This also has changed with Bill 50 with the repeal of the code of conduct bylaw that you had. So we would be looking for confidentiality to be kept in association or in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. The fourth key recommendation is to restore regular mayor-CAO meetings that used to happen. Regular meetings between the chief elected official and essentially the chief executive officer for the municipality, are a way for both council and administration to share information in a timely fashion. These had happened, but more recently have not happened, leading to some confusion in role and a lack of communication. The next key recommendation is about council's orientation. There were strong feelings from members of council that the orientation received in 2021 was more of an onboarding than an understanding of what the goal of governance truly is. And with 4 new members on City Council, that role was a very important one to understand. So things like role clarity is something that really needs to be dealt with. The last of the key recommendations is to create a new strategic planning process in 2025 with an external facilitator, so that in early 2025, when the new council has their feet under them, the budget has been approved, they can turn their perspective to what they want to see different about the City of Medicine Hat in 2029 than it is in 2025. Building that as a tool for all members of council to own is very important. With an eye just to keeping this as brief as I can, I'd just like to move on to the conclusion. To improve, the leadership tone must shift. Council sets direction, administration implements. Trust and professionalism are not optional. The report isn't just a review, it's designed as a roadmap for renewal now and into the next term. It's intended to be constructive, not punitive. This presentation has been at a high level. The report itself contains a significant number of other themes and recommendations on a significant number of topics that I've either not addressed or which I've only addressed briefly. My final note is that my role of inspector officially concludes with the presentation of this report. So I'd like to say thank you, Madam Mayor, other members of council, city staff, and other interested individuals in the real gallery and the virtual gallery. Your passion for your city is very evident. And with that, I'd like to turn it back to the Assistant Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Ian. I'm going to keep doing that whenever I say something I don't want people to hear. I'm clearly not successful with this machine. Why does it work for you? Sit down. It's that simple. There we go. Okay. So, again, thanks, Ian. Now you've all heard directly from the inspector with a high-level overview of the inspection report. I'll talk to you about the decisions that the Minister of Municipal Affairs has made as a result of all this. So the Minister has carefully considered both the inspection report as well as feedback that was provided by various members of council. And as a result, the Minister agrees with the inspector's finding that the city has been managed in an irregular, improper, and improvident manner. However, the Minister's also taken note of the inspector's finding that the city's shortcomings are primarily related to human relationships. While the inspection report does identify a small number of legislative infractions, quite candidly, these are generally not of massive concern. The issues and challenges faced in the city have been really not about legislative compliance. They have primarily been about the breakdown in interpersonal relationships. So as a result, the Minister has issued 3 directives that are intended to support council and administration in moving forward and returning to good governance. So the first directive, I'll walk through them in turn. The first directive, and I will note, sorry, there are copies of the ministerial order issuing directives, and there are copies of a fact sheet that will be outside of the meeting room for folks to pick up if you wish after the meeting. So directive number 1, council and the CAO must review all of the recommendations in the inspection report and provide a report to the Minister on how the city will address each recommendation in an inspection report, or alternatively an explanation on why an action will not be taken for any individual recommendation. The review of the inspection report recommendations and preparation of the detailed action plan and timeline are to be conducted in open council meetings and approved by council resolution and delivered to the Minister by no later than October 1st of this year. Now, it's important for folks to recognize that the inspector's recommendations are just that, they are recommendations. Council has the opportunity to decide whether to implement them or not. A minister's directive is mandatory and council must implement the directive. So in this case, the directive simply says, look at each recommendation, weigh it carefully, discuss it in public, and decide what to do about it. And if there is no action to be taken, explain why not. This is a standard directive in municipal inspections and not one that is unusual at all. The second directive, for immediate action, the Chief Administrative Officer is directed to provide printed copies of the inspection report to the public upon request, subject to the municipality's fees for photocopying, and to place the inspection report on the city's website until all directives have been met to the Minister's satisfaction. Now, I'll note it says immediate, but in practical terms, as the municipality is receiving the inspection report tonight, we would expect that it would be made available sometime tomorrow. I will also note that the municipal inspection report is now posted on the Municipal Affairs website, so it is possible to access it tonight through our website. Should be possible to access it through the city sometime tomorrow. Again, this is a standard directive that we do in all inspections, and it's simply intended to make sure that the public is able to have access to the same information that council has in terms of the inspection report. And the third directive, council, the CAO, and the designated officers of the city are directed to schedule and participate in respectful workplace training. The Minister must approve the respectful workplace training program in advance of conducting the training, and the due date to complete training is October 1st of 2025. This directive is intended to address the concerns noted in the inspector's report relating to strained interpersonal relationships among council, between council administration, and within the administration of the city. So in terms of next steps, so those are the 3 directives the Minister has issued. You will see that they are not punitive or onerous. They are intended to recognize that there have not been massive concerns around legislative noncompliance, and that really the issues are primarily ones of interpersonal relationships. Also intended to recognize the reality that there is a municipal election in 3 months. So the directives, as well as a reasons for decision document, have been shared with council and the CIO this evening, just before this gathering. And again, they will be posted on the Government of Alberta website along with the inspection report. In terms of specific next steps, so the city must respond to the minister by October 1st with completion of Directive 1, which is the response to each of their inspectors' recommendations, and Directive 3, which is the completion of respectful workplace training. Directive 2 is to be complied with immediately, and that is the provision of the inspector's report. As I mentioned, we consider in practical terms immediately to be sometime tomorrow in recognition that they've only received the report this evening. So the department will continue to work with the city, with primarily through administration, but certainly with council members as needed, to support the city in completing these directives. We will provide whatever reasonable advisory support that we can to assist the city. It is important to note that the minister does retain the authority to issue further directives, particularly if the minister is not satisfied that the city has complied with the directives that have been issued. I do want to note, though, that as the inspector noted, the city, both administration and council, have been extremely cooperative throughout this process. And there is no reason for us to expect that there will be any challenges in the city complying with these directives. So with that, I want to thank city administration and council for, again, allowing us this opportunity to share this information. I thank the members of the public who have come out tonight and shown their interest in the governance of the community. This last slide shows the address of the Government of Alberta website, and I'll leave this up, that you can access to find a copy of the inspection report. And you'll also see an email address at the bottom. If you have questions about the inspection report, you are welcome to contact us at Municipal Affairs at that website address, and we'd be very pleased to answer any questions that you may have. And with that, I want to thank you again and wish everyone a very good evening.
Thank you, sir. We will open it up now for questions and concerns. Can you go over again what we are receiving this for information, right? So the directive is to, you can just answer.
Sure. Yeah. So if you're asking me what you need to do tonight versus going forward, sure, it's entirely up to you how you want to handle it tonight. But if you choose to simply accept the inspection report and the directives for information, that's totally fine. Just be aware that you will need to comply with those directives by the dates that are set out.
So we're not accepting it or approving it. It's being delivered. So there's 3 due dates. By October 1st, we have to review the recommendations, blah, blah, blah. And at that point, we might have a plan that we would have to pass.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clark. I had a question for Mr. McCormick. Hi. So when you were going through your slides, you referenced the AO bylaw and said you were going to return to more comments about that. And I didn't if you did return, I apologize, but I didn't catch the other comments you might have made.
In my haste, I perhaps may not have met it through you, Madam Mayor. The recommendations around the AO bylaw have been superseded by some of the changes in legislation. However, the AO bylaw as it currently stands conflates some of administrative responsibilities with governance responsibilities. So the high-level recommendation is actually to split the AO bylaw into 2. One being a CAO bylaw, like most municipalities in this province would have, which essentially governs the relationship between council and their only employee. The second would be then to create a second bylaw that governs the other staff, the managing directors and other designated officers. So having a designated officers bylaw. So those would be around the personnel end of things. The other recommendation in there is a recognition, and I suspect this may be your going counselor, is a recognition that the organizational structure of the city falls within the bailiwick of the chief administrative officer as a way to carry out the will of council, the will of council gets carried out. So to remove that from whatever the next iteration of this bylaw is, and put that in a CAO bylaw probably. Councillor, does that answer your question?
That does, thank you very much.
Anyone else? I have concerns with the report. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Sharps. I apologize, I did not see your name.
Late. You didn't see my name because I didn't hit the button. But if you would just take a minute, if you don't mind, I wouldn't, if that's okay? Okay, thank you. So, hi, Minister, or Inspector, I apologize. So I do have a couple of questions and maybe some statements, and so I'll hope you'll bear with me. As you know, I provided lots of commentary, so unlike my personality, but there you go, it is what it is. So one of the things that I do struggle with when I read this is, and it goes back to the August 21st date that, you know, where there was a notice of, not a notice of motion, but a point of order done by myself. So one of the things I have concerns about when I read it is that we are stating that the bylaw was in fact broken or breached. So how do we, as a council and as a community, say, okay, so yes, it was breached, but because it should have been changed, we're going to excuse everything that happened? I don't know that, because I use this in my head. I go, okay, and the people that live here will understand this probably. I think South Boundary Road should be 90 kilometers an hour. So because I think it should be, it's only 70. So because I think it should be 90, I get to go 90, and I get to break it, and when I get pulled over, I get to say, but I really think it should be 90. I'm pretty sure that doesn't get me out of the consequences to my actions. So I do feel I was the one that did the point of order, so I've got some accountability and responsibility, and I'm not trying to make this uncomfortable for anybody, but it's out here, it's on the table. So the bylaw was knowingly or unknowingly or whatever, it was bypassed, and that was Mayor Clark's issue. So how do we justify the rest of this report when it's all based on that precipice? It's an honest question, and I think I've voiced this to you before.
You have, Councillor.
Absolutely.
To Councillor through the Mayor, what you're referring to is a recognition, I believe, by the city manager that the AO bylaw at the time was breached, and that's what started, because it was a bit of a catch-22 at the time, because it was about a divisional realignment or reorganization. The contention was that good management practice would indicate that the chief of the administrative structure, the city manager, would alert those people who would be affected by changes to the organizational structure prior to that becoming public. However, the AO bylaw requires council to make any changes to the organizational structure in an open session. So the catch-22 was good management dictated that the CAO alert people that this was going to happen before they found out in open session about their roles, whereas the governance decision following the bylaw was for council to do it. Ultimately, that is a literal catch-22 in that bylaw, and there's a lot about that in the report. Mm-hmm. That it's completely up to council as a whole to determine how best to manage, evaluate their only employee. So through council's annual evaluation process of the CAO, that's where that ought to be dealt with. It's not something that I, as an inspector, would provide an opinion on about which way it should go, but the process through which it should happen would be through either the annual review or some sort of a special review. But the bylaw itself is problematic.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. It is. I just want to be careful we're not sending a message that I get to break the rule because I don't like it, right?
Fair enough.
I mean, because if it is, I'll go 90 all day long. So my next question is under governance training. I really liked what you had to say about the governance training, and it was onboarding versus it was governance. Mm-hmm. As someone that's now sat here for 4 years, I will say that I received, and this is not, I don't think it is just staff that should be teaching us governance. They've got a perspective on it. I received a lot of knowledge going to the Alberta municipalities and rural municipalities and learning from a mayor, councillor perspective or a legal. It actually gives it a very different perspective than learning from administration. So even though they did onboard us, I would really prefer that there was just, you know, the HR person who comes out and says, man, I wish the province would come up with some very set criteria of you should take this course. And because it is changing. I've taken the entire certificate, and it really, does change what you do and it's not exactly what we learned at the table. In fact, it's nothing of what we learned at the table. So I appreciate your acknowledgement of that, but I would like to see that at a provincial, you must take this course at this level. I will also say that from a professional development point of view on all my licenses, I must update them annually, so I would prefer to see that as legislation changes, that I'm mandated to do that for all my licenses, as I believe anybody around the table that holds a license has to do. So I got a few more, sorry. I will say that one thing that I am struggling with, and it's to everybody around the table, including administration, there's been a narrative that information gets leaked. And every time I ask what gets leaked, I can't get an answer. So I would really appreciate if that narrative could stop, because saying it doesn't make it true. So it goes back to, I know, some information found on social media, but it was uncomfortable. I didn't like it. I mean, some of it was about me, but it wasn't private. It wasn't breached. It was just uncomfortable. So I think, again, whether anybody in administration or even council, the relationship goes both ways, but there's no way I can come sit at this table and not choose to say something because I'm scared Councillor Hirsch is going to say something. I've got to come in here with full trust and do my job, and I need administration to do the same thing. And I mean that with all my heart. So if I come in here every other Monday, I come in with goodwill and trust, but I need that reciprocated because I can't do my job without it. There was a couple of more. I'm almost done, Council, sorry. I will say that there, I think one of your comments was there was a code of conduct complaint, and it was against me. And it was formally submitted. I think it was in the report that it wasn't formally submitted. It was, just so you're aware, but I had apologized because I didn't realize that I had upset that person, and then I think it was withdrawn. But it was an actual submission, just so you're aware. There was one more, and it's the one that's really been bugging me considerably. And that is on page 95. And again, I've already stated to you that this has bothered me. So on page 95, it was a different number on my notes here. There was a clip by a community group stating that I had said something, and I did say it. Absolutely, I said it. And I'm going to read it out loud so everybody knows exactly what I'm referring to here. As a part of a wider 3-minute audio clip about costs at City Hall, the councillor, so I would be the councillor, is heard to say, my battle is let's lose 20% of our staff and maintain our services. And I actually said costs, or expenses. More than one staff member indicated this severely impacted staff morale and effectiveness. Well, justly so, but it did affect everybody. In this case, the councillor is very likely speaking about her own opinion or something that she had heard elsewhere and not speaking for council. So I want to be really very clear, because I mentioned it to you, but I'm not going to, I will always stand up and say what I said, always. In this particular case, I didn't come up with that 20%. It was provided to me by administration. And so administration needs to own some of the information that they give us. At no point would I have thought that that was a secret. At no point as an HR person do you think 20% over expenses means that you're going to go fire everybody. What it does mean is that you look at potential retirements, you look at other ways to save money because we have a tax base that expects us to do so. But I never said off the cuff ever that we should chop 20%. So if I'm going to be quoted, and I mean, don't worry, I can get myself into a whole world of trouble all by myself, but that needs to be what I really said, not what somebody else, or I got the information validated. So I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Ian, for all your work and time on this. I just wanted to maybe just ask some questions that people might be wondering in the community. How often do inspections like this typically happen throughout a term in municipal government?
I'm looking at the ADM here, but
Okay.
to the best of my knowledge, there was they happened quite a bit, term and a half, 2 terms ago. Through a previous government, there was a 4-year span where there were no inspections.
Okay.
And to my knowledge, there have been 4 in the last couple of years. The highest profile, of course, being Chestermere, and then some other smaller ones, and then this one. So that would be about it.
Just one follow-up.
Counselor Hyder, you can ask as many questions as you want. You don't need to.
Okay,
Yeah.
just one.
Sorry, I should have said that to you,
That's
Counselor
okay.
Sharps, too. Go ahead.
Something's happening with the chair here, I'm sure. Is there an uptick in the last couple terms, do you feel, in inspections that are happening, or?
As an independent inspector, I can say that it seems to be sometimes based on the will of the government of the day. That some governments seem to be more active and some seem to be less active. I don't think there's a significant change in terms of the behavior that is leading to inspections.
Okay.
In fact, I've just written a book about incivility in local government in Canada, and I didn't touch anything.
I know.
And the COVID seems to have had something to do with it. Populism, particularly in the UK and the United States, seems to have something to do with it.
Yeah.
So I don't think the issues are necessarily homegrown, but I have seen an uptick in incivility that sometimes has led to processes like this, acknowledging that the process here in Alberta is different than anywhere else in the country.
Yes, I agree with you, and there's lots of things that I think you and I could talk about. That being said, I was actually not relieved, but glad to hear that the issues that have been occurring here in our municipality are not to do with regularities or government-related. They are on personal personality issues rather than, not following the letter of the law. And that in itself is a huge challenge. And when you don't have that relationship, a strong relationship between people that are trying to make the best decisions for the community, it's a huge hill to climb. But again, thank you, Ian, for doing this, and I appreciate all the work that went into this. Thank you.
Councilor Dumanowski.
Thank you, through the chair. Start by thanking the Assistant Deputy Minister, Mr. Sandberg, and the investigator, Mr. McCormick. I certainly want to pay the compliment back to you. You indicated at the onset that you had a productive investigation. It is prudent to be reminding the public at large that this was an investigation that we sought out. I want to thank Councillor McGrogan, actually, who made that motion some time ago. Obviously, Council did support it. I, too, supported it. And at that time, one of my comments to the public and through the media was I felt it'd be prudent to do this. There's a cost to it, literally, but it would establish or set the record straight. So when I look at many of the generalized comments that were presented a moment ago, I start to create some semblance of setting that record straight, but I'm also finding myself entangled in lack of clarity. If I'm the public and I'm trying to understand some of the commentary coming out of it, and it's not a criticism, and I'll get to the point. I'm probably curious, if not intending to find out or hoping to find out who created what situation that led to what conclusion. The recommendations, again, there were some generalized comments there. There were, I think, 30 or 32 very detailed governance-based, best practice-based, supported recommendations in the report. So I do recommend the public at large read every page. If you're going to take interest, do yourself the benefit of reading it in detail. You did indicate at the onset this was supportive in nature, not punitive. Proper methodologies would be supported in this report, procedural fairness, et cetera. And I feel that has occurred. My only, one of my concerns, I guess, is around, there was some reference, and again, we never saw this before you presented it, at least the slide deck, and so I had to catch it quickly, but there was some reference to anonymous information, and I recall it saying it was received, but I'm not sure how you said it informed the report. I'd like to have you speak to that a little bit more, and its value, quite frankly. Also, at some point, you had indicated that as information was forthcoming, it was, I used the word cross-examined for factuality. How did you determine factuality based on new information? I'll start there and then I have a follow-up.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Your initial question about anonymous information, an example of that was Municipal Affairs received a letter from somebody. It was, had some accusations in it, but it was unsigned. So it was, we were unable to ascertain the people who may have had this particular issue to ask them for any more details. So in that case, we weren't able to respond in any real fashion, but I was not willing to put unattributed accusatory information into the report. There were other places, there were some folks, individual members of staff, for example, who asked to remain anonymous that I spoke with them. So because I met with them face to face and could corroborate their information, some of that did go in the report. So anything that was purely anonymous, if there was an email that came from an anonymous email address, we would respond to say, thank you, received this. That's the kind of the extent of that. Your second question was around how do we determine the factual nature of things? And that was actually one of the key purposes of doing this report in the first place. That oftentimes, I say often, we've done 6 or 7 of these inspections, that there are themes that emerge. And so when somebody makes an accusation or provides an insight or a comment, we are looking for corroboration of that comment from more than one person or some sort of a documentation to follow it up. Documentation may be in the form of a bylaw or a policy, which is publicly available. It may also be in the form of an email string, of which we received hundreds, maybe thousands of emails. So we would support what we were suggesting through bylaws, through policy, through the Municipal Government Act, the former FOIP Act, or through Facebook posts, media clippings, or emails that had been sent to more than one person. We were trying to be very careful to put information in the report that was we could prove, at least in some fashion or another, acknowledging that we were looking for confirmation on the balance of probabilities rather than beyond reasonable doubt in this particular case. Councillor, you said you had another question.
If I could, through the chair. Yeah, thank you for that. I think it was prudent to have that explained a little bit further. You indicated at the beginning as well that you were looking for, or the report was to look for irregular, improper, or improvident governance practices. There was some reference to some AO bylaw concerns or areas for improvement, which I would imagine if any inspection of any municipality occurred, you would identify. That's not to suggest that I felt or there's the feeling that we were beyond some improvement. Certainly, I respect that recommendation, and I would imagine staff do as well. You again, paraphrasing, but you indicated that one of the fundamental issues or identified in the report is interpersonal relationship, and there's some headings within the report that speak to role focus, general respect, cultural impact, et cetera. I guess where I'm, within that, it speaks to some issues on onboarding versus orientation. The only comment I'm going to make, having been here for a while, is, and this isn't any defense of staff, but the orientation we received at this term was exponential to any orientation we received over the past years. But I certainly appreciate Councillor Sharp's point around the province, and I believe there is reference in the bill to the onboarding and orientation that is now beyond voluntary, it's more mandatory now, so that's actually an improvement. There was some reference to confidential information being leaked. There's some reference to pecuniary interests, participation gaps in strat planning, information, et cetera. My comment around that is that without specifics or I'm going to just say it, naming outright whom you're speaking to or referring to, it paints everyone here with the same brush. And I take some exception to that, because if I have done something untoward, I want to know. I want to understand it for myself, not be added to a generalized commentary around that. If reparation is going to occur for any individual sitting around this table or this group, it has to occur with specificity. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for more specificity to be derived. Again, the public can read the entire report, but 200-page plus report is going to be, not to suggest people won't take interest, but it's a long report. So I'm wondering what opportunities, and you're posting a number of things on the website, which I would imagine anyone who's here for this purpose will want to go to and probably already has. Is there any reference to more specificity around what was done, who breached what and where, so that the public at large, and I know it's in there, but so that the public at large doesn't have to go through a 200-page report to understand that, or at least understand that better? Thank you.
Councillor, my general comment would be, today was an overview. Some of the more significant issues as they appeared throughout the report do have attributations to them. Not only that, there's one mayor, there's one city manager, there's 8 members of council. So though, even without identifying, sometimes those people are identified. The purpose of this, again, was not to be punitive, but to be constructive. So where there was no real necessity to point out individuals, we tended to not to point out individuals. And that is something we've done in previous reports as well. If you are looking for a way to do professional development or training or self-improvement or any of those sorts of things, you likely know who the players are in the report anyway around the council bench. So we've kind of left it that way for the most part.
Thank you.
I have a bunch of questions. I'm going to go to Councillor Hirsch, but no, we can't identify them. And it could be one, every time you say anonymous councillor, it could be one person. And I'll get to this later, but I do think that prevents providing a reasonable opportunity to respond to the allegations when you have no idea who said it or what the context was. Councillor Hirsch?
Thanks. Just, I guess, when I think about the go, no-go on having the inspection, it was just as much for this community. It was just as much for, quite frankly, the next council. What we're finding now is information and directives from a third party that states you've done a review. The next council that comes in now can arguably know their state of affairs and has a health check in terms of where we're at. I accept the report in full. You do make commentary where required. I appreciate the fact that at this stage in the game, there's no need to be punitive. I think it's more illustrative than anything. But going back to the why or why not to have this report, I think, the community required and needed an arm's length review of the conduct on both council and administration. The report speaks and stands on its own. You may, in due time, listen to councillors that may or may not try to skew or have their version of what that event might be, but I stand and support in terms of how the report was done and distributed. Like my fellow citizens, I'm shocked and saddened that this had to be experienced by our community. Being a part of it, I'm not entirely excited that this event's happening. Looking back, I don't feel this way, but been involved in whatever committee and committee work for over 32 years of public work in the community, and just never experienced this type of situation. So it is unfortunate, and I appreciate the fact that we had to go through this and get to some state of understanding. You know, I could provide a diatribe and I'd do a couple hours in terms of my position on things, but I won't, and I just want to appreciate the efforts that you did. You were very thorough. To your point in terms of the information that was provided, I think you did your best effort to discern which was truth versus fiction. So again, appreciate your efforts, and I know it was a lot of heavy lifting, and I appreciate the administration, that support that they gave you as well. So thank you.
Councillor McGrogan.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hirsch actually covered some of the points. Thank you for your presentation and the good work you did on this. It was a pleasure dealing with you through the process. I just had one comment. I don't really expect you to respond. The fact that it's human relations based, and you'll remember I'm probably one that says the system, it really failed us in a lot of ways, and the processes, and so I'm again hopeful that there's some great lessons learned around the human behavior pieces. You know, there's only a couple more months of us, but the thing is, how do we move forward? What's the legacy of this? So I appreciate a lot of the recommendations that do relate to process, the bylaws and policies being updated and more functional, and a lot of that would really help with the human relations piece if we all knew where it was coming from. So I just wanted to say that publicly, and again, thanks so much for your work, and you were very good to deal with through the process. Thank you.
Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, through the chair, to investigator. So I think I just want to say something similar to Councillor McGrogan and Councillor Hirsch in regards to the process and what I'm the feelings person, so what it felt like to work with you. I found that this was an anxiety-provoking process for all of us, I would imagine, at some point or another. Like Councillor Hirsch said, we wouldn't wish this on any council or any individual. This has been a very difficult thing to experience. So you made it so that sitting down with you felt judgment-free. It felt like we were being heard. I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for others around the table, but I truly felt like I was heard, and I think ultimately, like Councillor Hirsch said, regardless of whether individuals feel there was bias or not, I think you made it very clear that you attempted to have an objective perspective using as much data as possible. And I'm really hopeful that as many people are interested in learning more about the process, take the time to look through it, the recommendations and the package, because I think it's important information to understand what we've been through as a group. And I apologize to the community for how this has affected the work that we've done as well, because it's in my perspective, it's not a great thing. So thank you, and I hope you don't have too many of these in your future, but I assume you will.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you through the chair, and to Ian. I did want to echo some thoughts. This was a very difficult situation. We appreciated your honesty, integrity, and candor, and I wanted to thank staff for being so open and responsive to the situation, and I do feel like the recommendations have given us a really solid roadmap, so thank you.
I don't see any other speakers. I find the report problematic for a number of reasons. I'm all over it. You interviewed only 25 people who volunteered to be interviewed, and as I expressed to you during the process, the interviews were held. I know you had some off-site, but things were scheduled through administration, and there was a real fear on the part of people who work for the city of negative, some backlash from their bosses if they spoke to you in a manner that was not consistent with the narrative. I don't see that you've mitigated that. So you have 25 volunteers, and then you make statements that I think make it impossible for me to really reply to certain things. So when you say there were no purely external interviews, but you make conclusions about the reason why the public has mistrust for council or for the city, and saying like it's because of this turmoil, and no doubt that that has an impact, but it is not the entire story. I think transparency or lack of transparency has certainly has something to do with that. I am not going to go through page by page. I will release something at a later time, but you cherry pick or you take things from emails or articles, but you don't provide the whole string and you don't provide the whole article. So in my view, if you're relying on it, the entire document should be disclosed, because in some cases, the issue that was the concern isn't reflected in your summary accurately. For example, on page 41, you cite a headline, "Nothing to say, Medicine Hat Mayor refused mediation," and the article is about counselors who leaked confidential information, but you make it seem like I refused to participate in a mediation and it was not a mediation. You have anonymous statements like, let's see here. Sorry, I'm flipping back and forth. Let's see, my apologies. I'm getting there. I started on the wrong thing. So some allegation that or the restructuring or the elimination of 2 positions is what spurred my discord with the city manager, but the timing isn't, like, that's just inaccurate. I believe that there is a narrative to that regard, but that's the problem with not relying on tangible, direct evidence, is if gossip is happening, you might end up with 5 people saying the same thing, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the reality of the situation, and it doesn't seem like you've gone through and tried to verify with evidence. So I am frustrated by that. There's just many, many anonymous comments about feelings. So I don't think that that provides me with a reasonable opportunity to respond, because it's an anonymous person's feelings, and it's stated as though that's proof of something other than the person's feelings, which it's not. So I must have passed it. I apologize. But I can't tell you the page number, but I can say, for example, everyone is exhausted from having to deal with her. That's me. But there's no assessment of, like, what are my actions that are so exhausting. There's an allegation that I just write, my emails are too long. But to support that, you cite a document I provided to you, and it was lengthy, but they weren't my emails for the most part. And it was evidence of debate and, I would say, improper action, but you don't cite that at all. You reference it, you don't provide the actual documentation. So there's a there's a disconnect between what you're saying and my ability to actually respond to that. Volume of, there's, that I'm intentionally cruel, things like that. I'm not sure how you think that if an anonymous statement of like, Mayor Clark is intentionally cruel, how is it that I'm supposed to be able to respond to that or have a meaningful opportunity to respond when I don't know who said it? I don't know what evidence they're relying on to support their claim that I am cruel or inept. It's just put out there. Gossip. So at one point in the discussion, someone says, we need to get rid of all of this innuendo, but you've basically put that innuendo into the report. So I'm not sure how that, like what the beneficial outcome of that is expected to be. Can you comment on any measures you took to ensure that you had a fair sample set of interviewees?
Madam Mayor, the interviewees as required under the ministerial order included members of council, members of administration, and others by exception. That was fulfilled, plus some former members of council, some former members of administration, individuals who emailed me directly because we'd made the email address fairly widely known. So you're right that the inspector under the Act does have the ability to require attendance at an interview, but historically, I found when that happens, the results of the interview aren't particularly forthcoming for that particular individual, so we didn't. We had some conversations with people who chose not to sit for interviews, and we didn't push it. You also made a comment there too about some of those, the innuendo. Every one of those items was a quote from an interview or from an email. So they're all there. They could be attributed, but I didn't see the benefit in doing that. We were looking for something that was thematic, not something that was an individual's comment.
So the benefit is procedural fairness, because if you're putting in there, anonymous person dislikes Mayor Clark, or anonymous person thinks Mayor Clark is doing this, that, or the other thing. Not even this, that, or the other thing, just that like a feeling, how they feel. You're stating that, so I should have a reasonable, meaningful opportunity to respond to it. But an anonymous quote about someone's feelings, even though they wrote it down or told you in an interview, is not evidence that I've done anything wrong. And so I feel like you haven't provided me with a reasonable, meaningful opportunity to respond to the allegations against me. And I do have to say, I'm a little bit frustrated about your comments that it's a catch-22 with the AO bylaw. What about that bylaw or anything else prevented the city manager from bringing forward a bylaw amendment prior to reorganizing?
Madam Mayor, that it just didn't happen. We were dealing with that nexus point, and it was the reality of the situation on that particular day. There was nothing to stop any member of council requesting changes to that bylaw or any other prior to that point.
And that would have been the appropriate way to deal with it. And there was nothing requiring the city manager to say she had a legal opinion that stated she had the authority. So I'm a little bit frustrated that instead of having the recommendation about that be follow the law, bylaws can only be changed by bylaws. Following the law is just like a basic thing you have to do. It's that we have to change our bylaw. So regardless of whether it was a perceived catch-22, it wasn't an immutable situation. You could change the bylaw. You could certainly not advise council that you had a legal opinion. various things. And so I feel like it's sending the wrong message, that it's okay to not follow the law if you don't like it or it's not consistent with the practice you're comfortable with. That is very risky, and I don't think that it's a good message to send to other CAOs, to members of the public. Following the law is like a very basic thing. And there are instances in here where I've thought about doing something and we've talked about it, and then, for example, that I'm all up in administration and doing administration. Well, that's not true. There is a suggestion that I do believe, and I do believe that when the MGA says that council develops and evaluates policy and programs, that means develop and evaluate, and over here you have city manager implements. So to me, that's a pretty clear divide. You don't agree that develop means develop. It seems to be saying that it means not develop, and council is overstepping by doing anything other than suggesting that we might want a policy about something. I don't think that's consistent with the actual wording of the MGA, and it is difficult to reconcile having the law be, like, the rule of law means that I should be able to go to the law and figure out what my role is. But instead, it seems like there's the law, and then you have to pay an expert to tell you what it really means, because you can't just trust what it says. And in fact, in our first interview, you advised me that I asked you how do you define the difference between operations and governance? And you said that everything a municipality does is operations, including ribbon cuttings and parades. And I asked, well, how are we supposed to know if we're not allowed to do operations? You're saying everything is operations. Is it just up to the city manager? And I didn't feel like there was a response that would allow other councillors coming into the situation to actually know what their role is. Because if you can't rely on the MGA to tell you what your role is, then that's a problem with the MGA. Again, I have other comments. I will stop there, but again, I feel a lack of procedural fairness. I feel that at least councillors on the city manager should be named when they're speaking, and they're being quoted in here, as I am. And I struggle with certain aspects like leaking information. It's not helpful, I don't think, to moving forward to just say information is leaked. I posted stuff on my Facebook page after the sanctions were issued, after the Kingsgate report, highly redacted, which excluded the appendices. I did release information, but I don't consider that leaking unless it's confidential. And there doesn't seem to be any assessment of whether, in fact, that information was confidential. And that puts a chilling effect on my ability to communicate with the public if any email written ever is perceived as leaking if I provide it to someone. Again, I will have further written comments, but overall, I'm not super stoked about the content. Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. I was just going to say that maybe, and I appreciate all you're saying, Mayor Clark, for sure. Maybe this is where you can have conversations, maybe a debrief with Ian and his crew, and maybe this is where, so you can express your concerns with them. Not that I don't appreciate doing this right here, right now, because it's where you should. We have a lot on the go here on this agenda, and maybe you could follow up with Ian and have those conversations if that's something you would want to do. I do know that part of the recommendations, as we've been, that has been shared with us, is moving forward and as colleagues and working together as colleagues for the next few months that we do have. So maybe we can take this opportunity, instead of rehashing everything that we've all lived for 4 years, to move forward with the recommendations that have been brought to us as part of our role as elected officials, so that we can finish with open lines of communication. Whether that be you and the city manager having monthly one-on-ones, whatever it may look like, what's best for everybody. You have concerns, and I understand why you would, so maybe that's the time where you could follow up with Ian and his team. Just suggest, and that's all, like, I didn't mean to, this is obviously where you want to talk about it, and I appreciate that. It's just a suggestion.
And the report is released. So I don't know that, like, it is extremely, I would say, defamatory, but I don't know if that term actually applies here. So I just wanted to make sure that, that it was known that, yes, thank you. I don't see any further speakers. We don't usually make a resolution to accept something for information, but that is what is being, that's suggested, but I don't think we have to do that because we've already received it. We have gotten it, but I will entertain a motion to accept it for information only. Councillor Robbins.
Yeah, I do have a motion. I move that council accepts the municipal inspection presented at the regular council meeting of today, July 21st, 2025, as information, and further direct administration to place the municipal inspection report on the City of Medicine Hat webpage as presented. I make that part of the motion to respond to the direction of the minister.
I will second that.
Can you put that up on the screen, please, Steph? I mean, we are directed to do that, so I don't know that it's necessary to say it. I guess it doesn't hurt. Everyone has had a chance to review the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote that we have received this for information. I'm guessing it's unanimous. It is unanimous. Thank you very much for traveling here. And as was mentioned, it was up on the screen, the contact information for the appropriate person or email address for the ministry. So you are certainly welcome to review the information they put up in terms of FAQs and the report. And they are, I feel like you have expressed that you're very open to dialogue with the public around this. Thank you very much. Oh, sure. Councillor Van Dyke just has an announcement. I meant to remind you during council announcements. Sorry.
My apologies. Thank you, Mayor Clark. Through the chair, I just wanted to make sure the public was aware, just because I think there may have been a little bit of confusion in the agenda. So the Transportation Master Plan is not coming to council for a decision this evening. It is present in the agenda as information under committee minutes, but just in case anyone in the gallery was here awaiting a vote on the transportation master plan, that will not be coming until, I'm not sure if August 18th is the date for that, just for community awareness. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. So we are at 9.1. Just as a note, I do think unfinished business should be listed in the order first in, first out. But it is not, and no one applied to amend it, so we'll just leave it. 2026, 2027 Family and Community Support Services Grant. This is from Public Services Committee. Councillor Hyder, go ahead.
Sorry, apologies again. Thank you, Mayor Clark. I just want to say that I am recusing myself as I have a pecuniary interest in this item, as I am employed by one of the applicants for the grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come get you.
And if City Clerk could make a note of the times, thank you.
All right. Just wait. Councillor Hyder, as chair, do you want to put the motion forward, and then if seconded, I'll give you a chance to speak to it? Item 9.1.
Thank you. Through the chair, I move that council approves distribution of the 2026-2027 Family and Community Support Services grants as per Community Vibrancy Advisory Board recommendations.
I'll second.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Sure. I think this is brought back to council because I think we had some questions and concerns about the recommendations that we received from CVAB. I'm just off the top of my head, and Managing Director Hutter, correct me if I'm wrong. We were able to see all the applicants, and I think from what I recall, we had some concern with who were receiving the funds, and so that's why it's brought back here, Mayor Clark.
I don't think we actually got to it in the last meeting, so it was
that's
never
right.
sent.
Sorry.
No, it was 11:10 at night.
Everything rolls into one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why
We didn't actually have a chance to send it back.
we're still at stage, okay, so we're
Correct.
still here, and now I guess we're going to discuss.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Hirsch.
Well, I think I was one of them that just had some questions with regard to some of the decisions and the funding. And again, I want to reiterate, it's not even about the recipient, it's about just kind of due process. And note that one nonprofit that was to receive funding here received a large capital arrangement from the city as well. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud relative to that, if that is some, I guess, contributing factors towards, and I understand CVAB may or may not, and I guess I'm just wondering if that's something that we need to revisit in terms of the funding that comes their way. In addition to the capital, you've got another amount of money as well. The other question I have is, I noted that there's allocation to a school division, and just want to understand what our process is as a city in funding school divisions as well, and kind of what the thought process was that. And this is not, I just need to seek to understand, so, thank you.
Who's that to? City manager?
City manager who,
Okay.
or delegate?
Thank you, and through the chair, I can't speak to the ways in which the city funds public school divisions, but I can say that CVAB does follow provincial FCSS application rubric, I guess you could say. So to my knowledge, that's been followed accurately, and those applications are also weighed against City Council strategic plan.
Go ahead.
just follow up. So I certainly appreciate, thank you for the answer, totally makes sense. I guess the challenge is, from the outside observer that may have made an application that they, and I mean, everyone kind of knows who applies and who gets money around the city. Knowing that a particular group gets an inordinate amount of money, whether through capital or operations or whatever, it does fall into a little bit of the sphere of city council in terms of fairness, and is the appropriateness of the amount of money to one organization appropriate? And the challenge is, I guess I don't know if this is a consideration or something to take back. I don't think anyone's wrong here. I just want to make that and raise that as an observation. And I don't know if there's a chance to go back to having those discussions. Maybe this is already put to bed. I know this is recommendations. I'm not out to obviously second guess, but I'm looking at it from a perspective of the 100,000 foot level in terms of what council has just provided to one organization, so.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, that's a good point, and I can understand your concern there. Now, CVAB, they make independent recommendations. There's nothing in terms of reference or any kind of policy that that offers any kind of guidance on perception with grants going out to groups that have already received capital funding. But I would say it would be helpful to have more of an administrative lens at those meetings. Now, I do my very best to attend as many meetings as possible. I have missed the last few due to, personal commitments. But I do think that having that political lens would be helpful in this context to obviously not to vote or to have any kind of significant sway, but to, to perhaps remind the group that that there's an application or, a capital funding application that's been approved or is currently being looked at. Having said that, I will say, again, there is a provincial rubric that's used, so I would have to take the group's recommendations that they are scoring the absolute best group. So while there might be some issues with perception, I would say that I guess we'd have to weigh the risk with perception versus the value as well. I mean, to disregard one of those applicants because they've received money and give it to perhaps a lower scoring applicant is also slightly problematic, but at least in my opinion. But like I said, I do think it would be helpful to have more of an administrative lens in those meetings, especially when they're making decisions on CVAB funding or sorry, not CVAB funding, Vibrancy grant funding or FCSS funding.
I would suggest that the crux of the issue is that it is recommendations, so really council should be getting everything that CVAB does so that we can evaluate the recommendation. Probably more appropriately, a delegation should occur, in which case, or I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but if we delegated it to them, then they just make the decision and we can choose to change the board if we want or change members in accordance with the bylaw. But right now, it is a bit of a weird situation where it is recommendations, but we're only provided with the recommendation, not the entire scope. Not your fault, but something to consider for future bylaw amendment to actually just delegate that function to the Community Vibrancy Board. Councillor Robbins.
Yes, thank you. I was going to say that this is probably the first year this has come up because we haven't had a capital grant program before, and there were also some budget changes made this year that would be reflected in extra funds to some of the grant candidates. So likely that's why this has become a bit of a hotter topic. I'm certainly aware from my time with observing the Community Vibrancy Board and attending their meeting in the first 2 years when I was the chair of public services, or maybe it was 2.5 years. It's a blur to me now. And I think there's some I know that the province has FCSS requirements that are, our obligation to review, but the city is also able to create our own criteria to sort of layer on top of what the province wants, as long as it aligns with what the province wants. And I think we're kind of in this situation this year where we've got some new funding options for nonprofits, and we haven't really added that layer to CFAB. They just have gone back to FCSS values, which is where the bulk of the money comes from, so it makes sense. But we haven't added on the City of Medicine Hat. So I think there's some value moving forward to saying, maybe this should go back to public services for public services to review what kind of criteria the city may want in these grants, including whether that nonprofit has accessed another form of funding with the city already. I think that public services could do that work and maybe make some recommendations to council out of it. I think that's kind of where it falls. The big question is, what do we do this year? And I don't have an answer to that, but I think long-term that work needs to be done as we roll out new funding models. Will that change the current funding models criteria in any way? And because this is new, we haven't given that thought yet.
Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, and through the chair. Pretty much echo what my colleague Councillor Robbins was saying. Yeah, like looking at these, there are some organizations that have received money through the city already. And I appreciate the work that CVAB does, because I have attended a few, not as many as I should either, but they, the work that goes into this and all the applications and how it is a long process, and they are due diligent on what they do. And they are all passionate about this community. And I don't know what, like Councillor Rob, what we could do currently, but I do think that moving forward, that could be something within the processes, if they've received money from the city in other avenues, that we should look at that. And like you said to Ramona, we now have these different ways to ask for money. So yeah, I'm not sure what we could do here.
Just to be clear, the money isn't exactly from the city. It is provincial funding that the city administers. Just wanted to clarify that small point. 20% of this, 20% is the city's, yeah. City Manager Mitchell.
Through the chair, just to echo Councillor Robbins' comments too, this is new and it's developing. One of the things I think that we have to pay attention to is how we roll up this funding. It doesn't answer the question for this evening, but it also speaks to the clerk who's undertaking a review of committee structure and terms of reference to make sure that if we have a committee like CVAB, they feel valued, but then they also have the mandate to do what needs to be done. So I think making that, in consultation with that committee, making sure they have very clear guidelines and mandates of what council wants from the committee. I think that's something we need to implement sooner rather than later.
Councillor Sharps.
Oh, sorry, my mic was on the entire time. Sorry about that. Through the chair. So I am also struggling with this, but not for any of the same reasons. So, and it's not a personal issue either, but as councillors, we sit around here and we have the final authority on this. And so when a fellow councillor has an application and I am struggling with that, I feel that my peer does great work in the field that she does, but I do struggle with the fact that we are the ones that get to approve this. And from the outside looking in, sometimes they're like, well, wait a minute, you're such a close relationship, you sit right beside her. How is there not maybe a bias towards that? So I am struggling with that relationship. It's no different that if I was to bid on city business, it would go through an RFP versus a councillor making a decision. So because we have this decision and we have influence and I sit with this person, I cannot support this. Not the CVAB in general, but unfortunately it's one big vote, so I will not. I think the CVAB does a great job. I'm just struggling with this component of it.
Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. So my thoughts have very much been stated, but I will add a couple details. So I think that with this in front of us, it would be impractical and not respectful of the work that CVAB has done to rewind the work that they have done. If we want to impose parameters that these applications should be viewed through, then we should be doing that. Those models should be developed before the applications show up on the table in front of CVAB. So I think this has to be a future change. I'm not comfortable with going backwards for this particular application. I think this has a timeline and that we should respect the timeline. In regards to Councillor Sharp's comment, that is also a parameter that I think we need to look through in the future. It's a small community. I feel like there is a conflict of interest for sure if we are funding a role of a councillor, but that is a job that she held prior to this seat on council. I think that that's a conversation that needs to be hashed out. I would feel uncomfortable taking that funding away from an organization that is nonprofit, serves food service in the community. It's different if it was a business, but it's a nonprofit, and I think that food is an essential part of Maslow's hierarchy. I think to me it feels really complicated. So I'm really hopeful that we can move this forward. I do hear what Councillor Hirsch has said about those organizations that have already been funded and have received more money than others for whatever reason. But I do think we need to move this forward and make a change for the future so that it can be clear and concise and we're not unwinding the work that's already been done. Thank you.
Councillor Robbins.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to chime in on Councillor Sharp's statement. I think there's been many times over the history of the city where there's a councillor who's impacted by some decision that the other councillors made directly. And so that's why you have your pecuniary interest and off you go and you don't get involved in the discussion. And I think for me, how I resolve that, Councillor Sharps, I'm not arguing with you about how you feel about it at all, but how I resolve that is I look at the position, not the person who's filling the position, because that could change tomorrow. So to me, it's like the position. I'm not, there's a board hiring the person who fills a position. The question is the position something that FCSS funding would be appropriate for? So that's how I resolve it myself. I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but just so you raised it, I just wanted to comment on that.
Just for clarity, pursuant to the MGA, if there was any pecuniary interest, the appropriate thing to do is recuse yourself, which Councillor Van Dyke has done. We, of course, could go above and beyond in terms of what we expect in terms of conflict of interest, pecuniary interest, disclosures or recusals, but this is what is in place now. So I don't want maybe it to get muddied about that she was inappropriately involved because she has recused herself. Councillor Dumanowski.
Thank you, through the chair. For whatever it's worth, my weigh in on this is in agreement with many of the comments. I think where I'll summarize is that the establishment of CFAB to work with a predetermined set of criteria and weightings through their established roles essentially gives objectivity to their selection. It's not lost on me that in at least a couple of cases, or one of the cases specifically, there's additional funding opportunities. But again, to Managing Director Hutter's point, they're working from a very closed lens, but an open lens from the standpoint of what established criteria have been put before them. They're not muddied by the politics of social value of one group over the other. They work from those predetermined set of criteria. Can they be tightened? Can they be developed in a way that are more coherent for them, for their purpose, maybe taking in the lens of the broader funding models that the city employs. But again, I for one, do not want to go back to the days where we had groups petition in front of the committee and it was multiple hours. It's not about the time. Because in the end, it was political because a bunch of public servants or politicians were the ones in the end who had to adjudicate. Never mind who got it, how much, what was their social value. Well, they got it in the past, they didn't. And on and on. So believe it or not, this is the best practice. We were talking about with our ministerial review here, this is best practice in my opinion. Having an outside group who work from established criteria and take the enormous task on of adjudicating and determining who should be here. But I agree with Managing Director Hutter, broader understanding of some implications when it's going to be specifically connected to their application, perhaps has some added value. So those are my comments, and I'm going to take the opportunity, Your Worship, to congratulate Mr. Hutter and his wife, if he gives me the indulgence of announcing they had their third baby last week, so congratulations, Managing Director Hutter. So if you look a little bit more tired this week, we understand why.
You're glowing. I'm going to just sneak in here. I see Councillor Sharp and Councillor McGrogan, but I feel like we could entertain a motion after this motion to further pursue more detailed criteria, but what's on the table right now is just approval of these funds. And in interest of time, I'm happy to let you go. Let's try and keep it brief. Okay, Councillor Sharps.
Yes, I'll make it super brief. So, and I appreciate that. Just so everyone's clear, I'm not saying this should be anybody else's conflict of interest. This is mine. And so when I hear comments of, it's not like it's a business, so I find that almost gasping there, because we earn our money just like nonprofits do. You go out, you get service, you get sales. So when Second Street was closed for, upteen months, I didn't get funding. So reality is I would never come to this table when there's rural renewal. I don't take any of those clients because I don't need permission to do that. And you guys would never have known. I choose not to do that because I would never want that in there. And you would never know if I had, neither would the city. If anybody that had a rural renewal became one of my clients, you would literally never know that. I would know that, so that's enough. But I guess all I'm asking is just a little respect for my decision. You don't have to agree with it or align with it, but it is my decision.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. I know you want me to be brief, but I'm going to go on and on, which like I always do. I guess I'm going to support this motion, but I think this reminds me of the municipal inspection and some of the findings around, again, policy and procedure and staying ahead of it, not catching up to it. And this is kind of probably an example of that. We have some, if you go through that list that's been approved, there's a lot of funding that most of those agencies, including the library board, get from the city. We've kind of glossed over that one. But, so there's a lot of that. So I think we do need to take a look at, and have some input for that 20% that we pay, as far as, how it goes from here. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of board appointments and commission appointments. We kind of use a rubric to some degree, but it still gets kind of scrutinized by the rest of council. Is probably the way it should be. So I'm going to support this, but I think we're kind of behind in our policies, in my view, and I would really look forward to some input from the city admin in relation to that. I'm not going to put a motion right now to that, but I think that's where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the last speaker, and the motion on the floor is to approve the distribution of funding for the FCSS grants per the CVAB recommendations. So we will vote on that. That passes. I'm just going to ask if there is anyone who wants to put forward a motion.
Yes.
As a result of, okay, Counselor Sharps.
Could you some help wording it? Are we just looking to send this back to committee?
I'm not sure. I think I heard maybe that relook at the
Revise
it's the bylaw, actually.
it is a
the
bylaw.
CVAB bylaw, but.
Yeah. With, I think participation of the CVAB would be great as well, because they are living it. So their input would be great. So maybe send it back to committee to redraft, hearing what they've heard today. Councillor Hirsch, would you be in line with that?
The only thing I'm referencing is the fact that the additional rubric or information in terms of what's been funded in different veins, capital, AKA capital versus operations, might be helpful in terms of a rubric, something of areas to consider, because you've got other worthy organizations down below the line that never got any funding, and that's my.
Oh, no, I completely agree. And so when you say that though, Councillor Hirsch, you mean all funding, not just something that the city's done?
Correct.
Right, okay. And then for that to come back to council. Let's have this report come back to council.
I
public
wouldn't
services.
necessarily say, okay, revise the Community Vibrancy Board bylaw, but
Review?
review and make recommendations
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just want to get it moving.
to the community to improve the functioning of the Community Vibrancy Advisory Board bylaw
Yeah,
for the future.
well, I think it assumes it's future, not past.
Is that does anyone know off the top of their head if I've got the bylaw name right there?
No, I do not,
Okay. I feel like it's descriptive enough.
without being prescriptive.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any discussion with
Do-
respect to this?
do we
Oh,
wanna-
we need a seconder.
And do you want to put a date on it? How often does CVAB meet?
I don't know, but
Once a month?
I also think, sorry, just a second. I maybe misspoke. You wanted it to go back to public services
No, actually, I'd like it back to council. This is where the conversation is.
to make recommendation to council. Okay. And I apologize, Councillor Hyder, you had a concern? No.
I think Managing Director Hutter does.
Managing Director Hyder.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that they meet on the last Wednesday of every month.
I don't want to give them a month, I want to give them some time, but I want to put an end date in there. So last Wednesday of the month, so September, end of September, end of October goes into the next.
This might be a thing that the next council receives, but
Fine,
we
let's-
could say
yeah.
Q4
I
of
think that's fair.
2025.
Gives them some time. Okay, and I need a seconder.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins?
Sorry, I've pressed my button at the wrong time, but after we vote, I would just like to say one thing quickly, sorry.
All right. Seeing no further speakers, we'll vote on the motion as presented on the screen. That's unanimous, and actually, we probably should have gotten Councillor Van Dyke before we did that. Could go either way. Councillor Robbins?
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry about my hitting my button prematurely there. I just wanted to say that there are 2 vacancies currently on the Community Vibrancy Advisory Board. So if anyone has an interest in contributing to the community, the application is online and all of the details about the meetings. And in the bylaw 4661, it does say what the member sort of responsibilities, what the group does, if anyone's curious. But it's all under the advisory boards and committees, and you can apply online. So just wanted to do a commercial for getting more people on CFAB, because it is a really important group.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9.2. I feel like we may need to take a break here at some point, but Energy Business Strategic Review, Municipally Controlled Corporation. This is the business arising from the June 24th, 2025 public hearing. And we have members of the project team here to answer questions if council has any. I am going to look to Councillor Hirsch to put a motion on the table, but before I do that, I will note that the MCC and the RCC are not required to go together. And in the whereas of the rate review committee, it presumes an MCC. So I would suggest that if you make the motion, that charged by the municipality to its customers, because it presumes that we are creating an MCC when that hasn't happened yet. And they are two separate motions. Is that correct? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hirsch. City Clerk, can we get the motion on the screen? And I just wonder if Councillor Hirsch probably just needs to read, well, I guess the resolution is the resolution, so best of luck.
Here we go. Whereas the city Medicine Hat, the city wishes to transfer management and operations of the city's electric generation, electric distribution, gas distribution, and energy marketing and business analysis business units to a new corporate entity. B, the city wishes to create a new municipally controlled corporation as incorporated pursuant to the Business Corporations Act of Alberta, the BCA, to be the corporate entity to manage and operate the city's electric generation, electric distribution, gas distribution, and energy marketing and business analysis business units, the MCC. C, the city intends to be the sole shareholder of the MCC. D, Part 3, Division 9 of the Municipal Government Act of Alberta, the MGA, and the Municipally Controlled Corporations Regulation Alberta, the MCC regulation, require a municipality to take certain steps in order to incorporate and control a corporation pursuant to the BCA. E, the city's municipal council has reviewed and considered a business plan prepared in accordance with the MGA and MCC regulation requirements. On June 24th, 2025 at 4 p.m., Council held a public hearing regarding the potential incorporation of the MCC in accordance with the MGA and MCC regulation requirements. Be it resolved that for the Municipal Controlled Corporation, MCC, number one, Council is satisfied that A, the MCC will conduct business solely for one or more purposes described in Section 3 of the Municipal Government Act. B, the MCC will provide services and benefits directly to the residents of Medicine Hat. And C, the profits and dividends generated by the MCC will deliver a direct benefit to the residents of Medicine Hat. 2, Council directs administration to incorporate the MCC with the city as sole shareholder, and the MCC shall operate the city's electric generation, electric distribution, gas distribution, and energy marketing and business analysis business units. 3, Council approves a budget amendment in the amount of $4 million to be paid from the Energy Transition Reserve for the purpose of establishing the MCC and carry out the transactions contemplated in this resolution. 4, Council directs staff to bring forward for Council's approval a unanimous shareholder agreement and, if approved, directs administration to arrange execution of same in accordance with the Municipally Controlled Corporations Regulation. 5, Council directs administration to prepare and arrange for execution of all other agreements necessary or incidental to the establishment and operation of the MCC, including without limitation the following. I, shared services agreement for the purposes of providing the MCC at the MCC's expense certain non-core services to facilitate the MCC in running its business, such as IT, accounting, payroll, legal, etc. II, asset transfer agreement for the purposes of transferring ownership to the MCC of all electric and gas assets needed by the MCC to carry out its objectives. All such agreements shall be to the satisfaction of the city manager and city solicitor. Item 6, Council directs administration to obtain all regulatory approvals as may be needed for purposes of establishing and operating the MCC. 7, council directs administration to bring amending bylaws to council for consideration, including without limitation, amending bylaws for the purpose of amending the electric utility and gas utility bylaws as may be necessary to allow the MCC to carry out its objectives. Number 8, council directs and authorizes the city manager to do all things necessary or advisable in order to implement the transactions contemplated in this resolution. Whereas A, council is considered advisable to establish a rate review committee, RRC, to regulate.
I apologize. Can we separate out the two motions?
Certainly can.
Okay. So the MCC motion is on the table. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Van Dyke, do you also want to speak to the motion? Okay, go ahead. This is debate time, yes.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I have commentary on this motion. So if you'll bear with me, sorry, it's a little lengthy. First, I would like to preface this by saying that there are many people in council chambers and in the community who I respect and admire, who I know feel differently about this matter than I do. I'd also like to say that I don't think that there is a right or wrong answer. This is very much a choose-your-own-adventure scenario. The outcomes may be similar or may differ, but I don't think anyone can say definitively that one is right with a guaranteed positive outcome and the other is wrong with a guaranteed negative outcome. They are both likely to experience setbacks and successes with an unknown ending. And if you're asking what the two things are, it is maintaining current status quo or going to an MCC. There are several issues highlighted by both administration and the public that I'd like to address. Knowledge and ability of elected officials to make decisions. It has been proffered by both administration and some councillors, current and previous, that decision-making for an energy company is beyond the capacity of councillors, with the added complication that councils change every 4 years, and yet we've managed under this system for over 100 years. Not without missteps, but still well enough for significant historical benefit and value to our community. I'm not sure that all those same councillors were as opposed to being responsible for making decisions back then, and I'm a bit curious as to why their opinions would have changed about the capacity of council to make those decisions now. I'm not denying the complexity, and I would suggest that anyone thinking of running for council should consider their capacity to learn the necessary information needed to make informed decisions in this area. I made a serious commitment to learning about both our energy company and its place in the market when I was elected. I'm not saying it was easy, it was not, but it is possible to educate yourself about this business and have some understanding when sitting around the committee or council table. The tensions of representing the interests of the company, the ratepayers, and the taxpayers. Yes, this tension exists, but in my opinion, that is a good thing. That tension brings balance to decision-making. I think that this tension is valuable and should be a part of decision-making in more essential services, not less. Elected officials are accountable to the public. Our decisions are subject to public scrutiny, and we can be removed from office in elections if we fail to meet public expectations. This ensures that decisions about utilities align with the public interest. Maintaining operations of the energy company within the city ensures a high degree of transparency and accountability, a higher degree of transparency and accountability than with an arm's length MCC. Ultimately, rates under an MCC still have to be approved by council, which essentially nullifies the idea that council will be free of the burden of decision-making or no longer responsible for the political repercussions of those decisions. There is always a business or financial case to be made for corporatization, and this is no exception. But as I've said before, if every decision was made on economics alone, we wouldn't need political representation. A room full of accountants could make all the decisions without any input from anyone else. Economics is not and cannot be the only factor in decision-making for elected officials. We have to weigh less tangible outcomes and impacts to our community and the people we serve when making decisions. There's been focus on access to debt and the ability to raise capital. We currently can access provincial lending at lower rates than from other lenders, which would end under an MCC, and we have always had and continue to have the ability to issue municipal bonds. Allowing for increased debt without an enforced debt ceiling may not be the solution to the complexity of our situation, particularly as the city ultimately remains responsible for that debt. Although we've been presented with anticipated costs and executive compensation, I have concerns about cost and compensation creep. While council may be able to set initial compensation limits, that power moves to the board once they're in place. I have concerns about what that means for ratepayers in the future. While I do see the gaps in our existing system, I'm not convinced that moving to an MCC is required to fill those gaps. If industry experts providing direction is necessary, then let's hire them as consultants and advisors to either council or admin or both. If we need to employ rate riders in our distribution rate setting to true up for expenses, then let's do it. Let's form a rate review committee. These actions can be implemented now, not just under the auspices of an MCC. I also think that for Medicine Hat councillors, there should be mandatory training regarding the energy business, markets, and regulatory landscape post-election for every council. Finally, I have not gotten a sense from the community that an MCC is overwhelmingly the preferred outcome of this process. I have found that community sentiment seems to be evenly split on this matter, with a lot of hesitation about the unknown outcomes of such a significant move. I think that making some of the changes I've suggested and then seeing the outcomes from those may be sufficient for the time being. There's always the ability to revisit this in the future should those changes be insufficient to the challenges of our time. You probably can guess how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come to order. I appreciate the interest in this topic, but we have to maintain order, so no clapping or shouting. Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and thank you to Councillor Van Dyke for sharing your thoughts. So two of the primary beliefs that led me to support exploration of the MCC were my concern about expenses left in the hands of the generation that is coming, and about informed leadership, so similar to Councillor Van Dyke. So I'm going to start with expenses. There are significant current expenses and costs coming down the pike in regards to our energy business. Decarbonization efforts from the federal government, pressure from community members to have access to green energy, $500 million estimated in capital costs in the next decade to sustain and replenish our aging fleet, and the cost to purchase our significantly diminished natural gas supply. I'm sincerely concerned about the balance between the possible diminished dividends coming from our utility business and how taxes may have to increase to balance out energy profit decline. I do not want to leave the next generation with a sinking ship. However, whether we adopt an MCC or not, these expenses will still exist. Ultimately, the MCC should be a self-sustaining entity, but it doesn't mean it will be. There are limitations to a public body like City Council to make informed decisions about energy. Yes, Council has embraced a public model of ownership for over a century, but this isn't a good enough a reason to avoid change. A board of leaders experienced in energy who may be able to make highly strategic and informed decisions that would allow our utility business to act in a way that is nimble and competitive in the energy market, again, may happen, but it may not. Similarly, but separately, a rate review committee would ensure transparency around rate setting. This would create predictability for our community and would be a lower financial risk as a first step. Regardless of what City Council decides is best for our community tonight, I believe this should be implemented as soon as possible. So my concerns related to the MCC that I can see, cost to transition, $4 million. This is something that our community has come forward with significant concerns about. There are coexisting costs in front of us, like our solar project, where I would like to see that come online before we put $4 million towards something that may or may not be functional. Potential increased costs to the ratepayer. So as Councillor Van Dyke alluded to, this is a arm's length an arm's length model. So we don't know for sure what the outcome of making it more prosperous or more profitable would be on the ratepayer. We have coexisting costs in front of us, like I said before. There's a potential fragmented control of our utility business versus natural gas production and other potential energy projects such as solar. So if we take on the MCC, it would be over the umbrella of the utility business, but not necessarily other energy projects. I would like to see us become more functional in regards to diversifying our energy and then possibly in the future lumping those under an MCC. Again, this is just a possibility. There are no guarantees that an MCC will solve the problems that are in front of us. This decision is difficult for me because, and as you can see, I can hold space for both arguments. I think there's positives on both sides, and as Councillor Van Dyke said at the beginning, there are going to be hardships on in both arguments. So the decision is difficult for me because I believe modern problems require modern solutions, and I think taking risks and making changes is sometimes required in order to solve real problems. However, tonight I would prefer to see slow progress instead, starting with a rate review committee, and choose to vote not yet.
Thank you, Councillor Knodel. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I didn't create the speeches they did, so my notes are jotted down, so you'll have to bear with me. So I had a couple, because I also wanted to listen to all the discussions, and I went over the last couple of trainings we had in the last minute, and I've watched them all again, but I still had some additional questions. So bear with me here. So can we talk a little bit about the 4 million? What does, if we were to approve this tonight and we agree to the 4 million, what does that initial 4 million start to do, City Manager?
Thank you, through the chair, and we do have members of the project team. If Director Barta could join us.
You're just looking for broad categories of things?
Broad category,
or-
just to recap very quickly. So I had some other questions, but
Okay.
this will just make sure that my questions are in line with what my thoughts are.
Okay, thank you. Director Barta, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Through the chair, this would be to establish the MCC, so it would go towards legal fees in order to get external legal advice on how to set up the MCC, marketing costs, recruitment costs, accounting, advisory services on how we're structuring the MCC, separate software and IT costs for separating up a separate entity, some other miscellaneous costs. We've also included a contingency within that $4 million. Again, these are high-level estimates. We're not exactly sure what this all entails at this point in time.
Okay, so based on that, and then there was it a 1.47% increase or 1.74? One of those two, 1.74, Managing Director, increase?
I believe it depends which number you're looking at, but 1.47 increase in gross margin, I believe, is required to offset the costs.
Yeah, so can you just explain that? So if we're going to allocate $4 million, what's the additional 1.47 to the taxpayer on every utility bill?
Through the chair, I believe those costs are, or that estimate is reflective of the ongoing costs to sustain the addition of board members and the rate review committee and related operating costs once the MCC and rate review are established. So it's the ongoing costs. However, that is the element in our reports that we indicated with the addition of a skill-based board. We would look for improved strategic decision-making to help offset those costs by keeping greater control on costs, by helping to ensure capital investments are the appropriate ones, the appropriate level of risk is assumed, and otherwise cost-competitive exports are pursued.
Okay, so if I could just touch base on the strategic commitment there. So what's stopping us from just investing in strategic advice versus spending $4 million? What would be the difference?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think the difference is that broader understanding of the full business, of the full community. Today, if we are to bring in consultants or advisors, usually it's a very defined scope in order to ensure that we manage scope creep. So it's the broader context, the broader understanding of the community, the broader understanding of the nature of the risks the business is facing, it would be applied on a limited basis. For instance, we're in the midst of revisiting the condition of our substations, and that is a relatively narrow scope that the consultant is looking at, or as opposed to the nature of what KPMG had conducted in this broader review that also comes with a fairly pricey pricey price tag.
Okay, and was there still a plan to share services between the current City of Medicine Hat and the MCC, such as payroll, things like that?
Yes, as we're transitioning to setting up an MCC, we would still have those shared services of accounting, legal, IT, payroll. All the current ones that we have to date would transition over, would be still in place.
It'd be a shared service? Yes. Okay, so really, the whole point of this is to the expertise specifically on the energy division. Okay, so that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss anything on that. So I will say that, so I think the original motion that Councillor Hirsch brought was, I want to say December of 2021 or January of 2022. And I think that if this was 2023, I'm actually very pro-MCC. I'm not pro-MCC now, and I will tell you why. I think that it's taken a long time to get here, and that's not a dig, that's just an observation. I think when you originally made the motion, if it would have been executed quite quicker, so we had more education, more public engagement, because there's still a lot of public, what about this, what about that? And they're very valid questions. I have to say that I think that we are too close to an election, number one, to spend $4 million. And whether everybody around this table is sitting here next year or not, I want to look at it as none of us are sitting here. What are we burdening the next council with and the community with? So I think you have to, in my mind, we're putting an onus of responsibility on another council that, number one, we should have done a year ago. And that's, again, not a dig, it's just my thoughts on it. I would also say that I think that I've always thought, and I hate to give this much credit to Mayor Kilpatrick, but I really feel that, I really hate giving him that much credit, but I think he made some very wise comments. And I think that one of those comments was, what is stopping you from running it like an MCC here without all the additional costs, kind of like a trial run. A trial run without any of the additional costs, without any severances, without any legal costs, because $4 million is a lot of money when we still don't have a Southside Rec Center and we have roads that need to be fixed and infrastructure. There's a lot of things that $4 million could go to. So I really do think that there needs to be movement in this, but I do think that potentially mimicking or doing a mock setup, I know that sounds almost arbitrary, but I think there's value in seeing we could go through the same issues, the same stage gates, we would run into any successes or problems without actually having to spend taxpayer dollar, and then maybe execute this at a later time. I will also say that as long as a councillor is liable and culpable, then I'm not sure I want to give up my liability at this table. So from everything I read, a councillor is still culpable for the decisions of the MCC and the RCC. Again, I don't want to burden the next council with that. I don't think that's right. I don't think, that's just my opinion, not fair. And then personally, if I am sitting at the table, I don't want somebody else making my decisions that I'm culpable for. And so unless there's more clarity, and if someone else is going to make the decisions, then I want to be off the hook for those decisions. Now, having said all of that, I think in the last 2 years, there's been so many conversations about rates and everything from small residential, and we're currently in the thrust of medium and small business, and I feel like we would be walking away from any control on those conversations. And as a small business owner that fights every day to keep the doors open, I don't want to give that to anybody else until I know that we have a clear value system in place, ready to go to a new MCC. So much like Councillor Van Dyke, I think you know where I stand on this, but I will not be supporting this motion.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thanks, through the chair. Just a question, I guess, for City Manager. I'm just curious, we are very close to an election. So if this decision was delayed to the next council, what are the risks of delay?
Managing Director Pancoast?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor McGrogan, I don't have a crystal ball, but I would suspect that the work that has been completed through the consultant over the past couple of years, year and a half for sure, and the investment in time, both through closed sessions with additional information than what the public is privy to, as well as the work that has been completed to date. Some of it could become stale, but certainly there would be a relearning and re-education requirement of any new council members going forward. Otherwise, for instance, this fall, we know there will be a number of heavy decisions that we'll be asking council to make, whether it's related to Sama Solar, whether it's related to our new rates that we will be looking for approval for 2026, and a handful of other items that the new council will need to be primed to make those decisions before year end. That is a heavy lift for any new council members who will be coming in. So I think it's just the reality of the amount of lost time in re-educating and reinvesting to get council back up to speed.
Thank you. I was going to hold off. This is a tough one because we've heard so much about this. We've been, I think, educated on this. We've been, I think, given all the information that we need to make a decision. I've always said, and I know it's controversial for some, but sitting around this table and hearing from past councilors as well, that you've got, the lawyer, the cop, and the candlestick maker, and the baker making decisions about this complicated utility business, which we'll still be doing to some degree, but having a skill-based board to me is important. And I think you're right about the crystal ball. We can't guarantee that we would become more profitable and more efficient and all those things with an MCC, but I think the chances are much greater. So I'm going to be supporting it.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to follow up on Managing Director Pancoast's comments and to Councillor McGrogan, if we delay, one of the things that I see is a concern, and it's been mentioned around the table, there may be a whole new council. There is a heavy lifting in orientation, as you know, and then add the complexity of the energy business. Also, we can't forget, as Managing Director stated, there are going to be some really big decisions and cost factors on energy and energy transition. So in my perspective, delaying could be problematic.
But the costs are actually, in terms of the risks of additional costs regarding carbon, those are agnostic to MCC or like that is not a factor because we're going to be paying for it one way or the other. I think Managing Director Pancoast said, and Councillor Knotel brought that up as well. Councillor Hyder.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and through the chair. We've spent a lot of time and a lot of hours, and staff has as well, being educated about about an MCC and a rate review committee. And I appreciate all the time that has gone into it and everyone taking all the meetings we had and the information that has been shared with council. When we had the open house, there were a few that supported this, and I agreed with them. We are a different group around this table, and every council will have different strengths and different individuals, but to decide we do not own, we are not decision makers for energy, and I am in support of an MCC. I think there's many, many benefits down the road, and I will be in support of this motion. As well, I wanted to thank Managing Director Pancoast and her team for all the work that they have done, and they have the lifting they have done, and truly to educate us, because I really learned a lot about it, and I appreciate that, Rochelle.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Through the chair. Since first being elected to council, I've always campaigned and stayed fervent in my belief and resolute in my belief that our utilities stay publicly owned. That hasn't changed, nor will it. To be clear, the establishment of an MCC, or an RRC for that matter, keep our utilities public and publicly owned, point blank. I want to make that clear. In my opinion, in my estimation, certainly there are different perspectives on this matter. These are difficult matters, and no one wants to have to deal with them toward the end of a term, nor do they want to deal with them at the beginning of a term. But pushing a decision of this magnitude and this complexity to the beginning of a new term, in my opinion, is a dereliction of duty. It's time for this council to be bold. It's time for this council to be visionary and strategic. As has been indicated in previous presentations, there are appropriate and ongoing exit ramps available for future councils if they wish to remove themselves from this MCC. A little bit of research, and I know we're not comparing apples to apples, but we are comparing outcomes. EPCOR, Edmonton, established an MCC in 1996. Since that time, EPCOR has paid more than $3.4 billion in dividends between 1996 and 2023. In 1998, NMAX Calgary established an MCC. Since launching their subsidiary, NMAX has delivered over $1.5 billion in dividends to Calgary. It grew from an initial $280 million investment to a $3.2 billion shareholder equity. To juxtapose or contrast ourselves against those examples is pretty significant today, but it is not outside of our capacity to think bold, to think visionary, and to think strategically. And although the status quo feels comfortable and it's predictable, the energy sector is nothing but the opposite. It has become this incredibly complex, multifaceted, interwoven, politically charged, international indicator environment that has challenged us and will continue to challenge us more so going forward. And again, no one wants to hear the history lesson from Councillor Dumanowski, but I say that in genuine confidence, but also based on my understandings of the past. It has been indicated that we can do much of the same, but just be a little bit more visionary. I certainly, poor example, but I certainly would hate to go to the same dentist who's predictable, who's comfortable, but is still utilizing the processes and equipment and mindset and predictable indicators that they have for treatment that they had been using the last 30 or 40 years. Previous council members, and I'm not going to name them in case I miss somebody, but from what I can gather, all of them have indicated publicly in some capacity that they show their support to this. There's some reservation, there's some healthy trepidation, but there's an educated understanding of why the time to move there today is appropriate. I certainly will end by saying I believe the same, whether it passes or not. I need to have a position. I was elected to do that. I will do that. We need to have the confidence and courage and conviction to do the same. So I am in support of the establishment of an MCC.
Councillor Sharps. Actually, Councillor Robbins, have you Oh, yes, Counselor Hirsch. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. I could regale all night as well. I guess for me, I had a couple points written down. You know, I think, you know, sitting around this horseshoe now for a few years, you start getting an understanding of relativeness when it comes to where we are at and where we are at and where we're going. And I guess I'm here to tell the city and the citizens, status quo is not an option. I wish I could, we had meetings with some citizens, and I mentioned as well, I said, I wish we could go back 30 years when we could go back and just turn the taps on. Oil and gas, everything's good. But it's not 30 years ago anymore, it's today. And with the understanding of status quo is just not an option. The world has changed. Doing the same holds no water anymore. So I appreciate the comments of some of the councillors saying, you know, we've been doing this for 100 years, we're going to continue more. You know, I worked hard on terms of understanding the curve. That curve now, which used to be, I used to reflect on previous councillors that said, you know what, Darren, this has surpassed me. This has surpassed me. And this is coming from an individual that I had great respect for. This has surpassed me. And I don't accept the argument that you can get on council, never mind the municipal side of the curve, which is steep. I always reflect on the municipal and the Inc. So our oil and gas, the incorporated side, that sort of thing. So the curve is just very, very strong. And to consider that, the fact that we are part-time councillors as well, a lot of us have day jobs, the capacity to really understand, I'm sorry, I'm not buying the argument. Alberta, even right now, the Alberta market is going through a redesign. It's currently underway. There's interrupters to market. We are now looking at the end, quite frankly, or the beginning of the end of what we would consider fossil fuels, the management thereof. We're getting already calls from individuals saying, you know, what are you doing? You're driving this gas-fired energy producer. In my world now, I want renewable. Well, guess what? We can't have $600 million going to renewables. We've got $500 million going to this by itself. So far that's 1.1 billion, with a B, billion dollars, and we haven't even talked about the municipal needs. So you want to talk about prudent and responsible management? I guess I would submit that that's not even within the capacity of what we can do, what lies ahead. I mean, part of the biggest thing for me to be able to come forward to say I'm not capable of making those day-to-day decisions is knowing the enormity that lies ahead. We did the right thing. We engaged KPMG to do analysis, and following their recommendations, which were very somber, I'll remind you, that we're in a situation where, again, they had indicated status quo is just not capable right now. We, with great respect, getting up, when we talk about the idea of a new councillor coming on board, deferring it to the election, we invested 2+ years of time. So when we talk about kicking the can down the road to the next council, they better start on day one. Never mind the orientation and what it is to be a councillor. What the hell is it to be a board of directors for a junior oil and gas company? Welcome aboard. Here's your orientation. Have you got more than just a few hours? That's the somber. We started two plus years in. We're coming to the decision. My argument's going to be, if we look around here and say how many people are going to run again, I'm not so sure that that's going to be available. They're going to move through their mandate just like we did, come to the end of the road within probably a year of the election, and they're going to go, well, geez, you know, now it's going to have to be an election issue. And here we go again. And then the pattern just reflects itself. Meanwhile, we always think about that it's just status quo. It's not. We've already seen dramatic changes in our world. We've got a change in US government that has given us a shiver down our spine. We've got a current situation in Canada where we don't know if partnerships exist across provinces. Maybe they don't, I don't know. But realistically, I guess my point is we're not in Kansas anymore. It's not 100 years of just turning on the tap. It really, really is. And I cannot reiterate this more, that we have really tough decisions around this horseshoe. And we talk about, well, getting some guidance and getting this, getting that. But at the end of the day, we can't be political anymore. We need to make good business decisions on behalf of all the citizens, including everyone in this room. And I'm not so sure that keeping the game plan of just moving this forward incrementally and doing this, meanwhile, we already lost that train. We've got a gas-fired commodity that was of value at one point in time. Now no one wants it. We've got oil and gas reserves that was strong at once upon a time. We don't have a geology department that went and evaluated and looked towards more. So we had to wind it down. And I've always been pretty famous by saying, are we a municipality acting like an oil and gas organization? Or are we an organized oil and gas organization acting as a municipality? Because back in the day, we could do both. We actually could write checks for both sides. We can't anymore. So the question is going to be coming, and it's going to come soon enough. Is it the rec center in Southridge? Or is it to refurbish the energy plant down by the river? Is it this or is it that? Not and anymore. And if that's the case, and I hear about city bonds and all that kind of stuff, that's fine. But for all intents and purposes, again, it's easy to turn and make profitability at $90 million or whatever the money. And really, that was, as we know now, it's a one-off. The future is that our returns are going to be very, very limited. So if it's very, very limited, that means we have this much margin for error, not this much. So I'll submit. I'm in favor of it. Quite frankly, if you look back in the day, I was in favor of it in 2004 or 2007. Councillor Dumanowski was along for the ride as well. We were riding $16 a kilojoule, I think it was at the time, for gas. Or yeah, that's right. Which was the highest it ever was. And we didn't act on it. All we did was just kind of wind it right down to where we're at now. So the argument is, did we make prudent decisions back in the day? I don't know. We don't have that comparison. All we can rely on right now is whoever's in front of us, that we just hope and pray, because we don't have any background on this, by the way, on oil and gas. No skill sets around this. So we hope and pray our administration's doing a good job. But how do we trust and verify? How do we verify? That's the argument. We need solid advice, solid representation going forward. And again, I'll speak as much all day long on this. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps, as first-time speaker, I'm going to go to Councillor Robbins before you.
Sorry, Councillor Sharps. I just want to thank everyone for the discussion. I hadn't prepared anything in advance because when people talk about the MCC, I want to really listen to all of the perspectives around the table. So I've now written down a few things as I was listening and got some thoughts together. When I first started on council and I made any significant decision, and it's not, some of ours are just procedural decisions, but any significant decision, I was kind of laid out what I knew or what I know that informs my decision. So first of all, I will say I'm extremely well informed. Managing Director Pankos, Director Tuchscher in particular have given presentations, prepared material. They've been so helpful to understanding the risks and opportunities of the MCC. I can't imagine we could be better informed than the material that you've given us. The people of Medicine Hat, whether you like what I'm saying or not, I guess at this point I don't care. It's the last time I have to look at any of you, but I'm relieved. I will still work for you. I just don't have to sit in the horseshoe anymore, but I'm relieved. You should be relieved that you have such experts working here. It certainly, as a citizen, never mind as a counselor, it gives me a lot of comfort. And if you want to know more about the MCC, all that material has been readily available and extremely comprehensive, so it's very helpful. I listened very carefully when the KPMG report was presented. I campaigned on reading everything, which I have, and I campaigned on asking questions for clarity, which I have. And when the report was presented, we looked at what the MCC would look like. To me, some of the assumptions have changed, and the report was clear that the landscape of our energy business and the landscape that it exists in is uncertain and unstable. And the hurdles I think we need to clear are not set yet. Some of those things have already been discussed by other councillors. I certainly listened with great interest to prior councillors who came to the public hearing to talk about what it feels like to have that lack of expertise and be making these important decisions about an energy business. I respected them and the fact that they came to talk about it. I do note that since 1902, there's hundreds of councillors who have been sitting and making decisions about Medicine Hat Inc., an energy company. And I think based on the current assets we have, the facilities, the reserve fundings, I do spend a lot of time traveling to other places. And the number of times I've said to my kids or my sister, I said, if the people of Medicine Hat could be driving down this road, they may have something better to say about our roads. I do travel because of sports to a lot of places. Sports, not that I do, my children do, obviously. Anyway, I think that in the past, all of the councillors, hundreds of them who have been making these decisions, have been successful when you look at how successful Medicine Hat is. And they still represented the needs of their citizens at the same time as trying to make a profit for those same citizens. What I hear most from people in the community is that the cost of living is having a serious effect on their ability to flourish. People are frustrated, people are afraid for their future. And what I haven't heard is any suggestion that MCC would mean lower costs for our ratepayers. The same people who are struggling to pay their bills, and they tell us this in many different ways. We have tour of the root cellar. We know that there's more people using the root cellar than ever before, and that has not gone away. The cost of living has not decreased enough to sort of look at the utilities and say that isn't something that we should focus on. And the other thing I haven't seen is the connection, and I've asked a couple of times in different ways, and I've had great answers, but I haven't personally seen the connection between the MCC and the impact on ratepayers. I haven't heard anything that would make me confident that MCC would improve their lives. So an MCC make more money for the city, but someone has to pay for that profit, and those are our ratepayers. So I'm not supportive of the MCC. I think that there is a huge need of the new council, and if anyone's listening to this thinking of running council, think very carefully for a lot of different reasons whether you want to do that. I've spent, like we all have, hundreds of hours learning about this utility business. We are paid as councillors in a municipality at rates similar to other councillors from different municipalities, but we are not paid to be the board of directors for an energy corporation. That's service you got from us for free. And I think the new council, we didn't get extensive orientation into the energy business particularly. We had an overview, but I think that once the things sort of settled in the now very quick orientation that's required under the MGA, that this new council should spend time in orientation specific to the energy business. It should be lengthy, and I think it should include attending industry conferences and educational opportunities and going out and finding more about what the latest trends are in the industry so that they can come back and report to council what they found out. And I think that's another way for us to be informed at the table. So, as I said, I'm not supporting the MCC at this time. I'm not suggesting pushing it down the line to another council. I think that there may be some of those hurdles that I say, I don't know what they are yet. Once they're set in the future, when other people are talking about it and they say this is something we're not going to be able to overcome in our model, I know that another council will have the ability to discuss it and figure out what's best. And I think we've given them certainly a roadmap should they choose to go with an MCC in the future, but I don't think we should be doing that until we know what the risks are, and the landscape is just not clear enough to me. Thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
Yeah, I just wanted to retort to some of the comments, if that's okay. So I've heard words such as, we need to be bold and courageous. We also need to be bold and courageous to know that we should never do a merger 90 days before you go on a vacation or you decide to leave the company. And we are literally 90 days before an election night, or 97. So I think that if an MCC is the way forward, let's not spend taxpayer dollar to do it. Let them decide. Because here's the sad thing. If everyone around this table passed this today, the next council can reverse it. So we're literally just going back and forth instead of taking the additional time to answer some of the questions that Councillor Robbins just posed, and some of the ones, if you look at the public hearing, there was a list of questions posed by community members that deserve some really good answers that we still don't have answers to. And it's not that they were argumentative or didn't want this, they just have genuine questions. So the extra 90 days, I don't disagree with you, Councillor Hirsch, that there's some prudent moves that need to be made. But you know what, if we knew, I mean, we all knew the election was coming up, we could have made sure that this was on the docket for 2024. But 90 days before I struggle with it. It's not fair to the community. We don't have responsibility or accountability for our decisions after this. So for $4 million, I can wait 97 days and let the next council have a really good dig at this. And I will say that I don't think we can have it both ways. I 100% agree with everybody around this table. We have competent, amazing staff in that division. So if there is something else they need to be successful with this, let's give that to them. I would rather do that. I have zero doubts about the competency or decision-making, but if there's something that'll help execute and minimize the risks associated, because I am not risk adverse. Like anybody will say, I'm not risk adverse, but I know what you're thinking right now, but there's responsibility as well as risk. So again, if this was 6 months ago, I would have been all in, as long as there was probably one more public engagement where we actually answered all the questions. So I don't want anyone, especially my fellow councillors, you can shake your head all you want. It doesn't change the fact that this isn't courageous. It's just as courageous to be bold about not making the decisions. So thank you.
All right. I don't see any further speakers. I have some closing comments. For me, the crux of this is basically that administration thinks, and I agree, that skills-based governance is important. In fact, I campaigned on that during the election, and it was in the form of an advisory board. The notion about the amount of money that's going to have to be put into our energy business, that is the case no matter which route we go. So it's the same money from the same people. And luckily, there is an example of how we could do skills-based governance of our energy division without the cost, complexity, disruption, asset transfer of a municipally controlled corporation. And that is the rate review committee. So we are delegating certain powers to a committee of experts. That model could be applied to our energy business as well. I fail to see how going past the point of no return with the additional cost, with the uncertainty, without knowing the uncertainty of what's going to come up in the federal and provincial government, or what's going to come out from it in the next little while. To me, there's an easy way to get skill-based governance without, again, the cost and point of almost no return asset transfer funding that is required of an MCC. So I will not be supporting the MCC, but if someone made a motion to have a rate review committee type model for our energy committee, I would certainly support that. So with that, we will vote. And can we get the motion up on the screen again? Yeah, and then after that, we'll have a motion for the rate review committee. No, we do need a separate motion for that one. So the motion is basically directing staff to go forward with the stuff necessary to create an MCC, and we will now vote. That is defeated. Thank you. Just can we maintain order? Next up, we have the Rate Review Committee. Councillor Hirsch, can I put it over to you to make that motion?
You bet. Whereas a council considers it advisable to establish a rate review committee to regulate certain rate charges by the corporation to its customers. Be it resolved that the rate review committee, number one, council directs administration to prepare and bring terms of reference for the RRC and appropriate bylaws to amend relevant bylaws to council for consideration. Two, council directs and authorizes the city manager to do all things necessary or advisable in order to implement the direction contemplated in this resolution to establish the RRC. Three, council approves a budget amendment in the amount of $25,000 to be paid from the Energy Transition Reserve for the purpose of establishing the RRC and carrying out the transactions contemplated in this resolution.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Any discussion?
So just some
Councillor Hirsch.
clarification. So we need to amend the word MCC in section A to reflect the city of Medicine Hat or the municipality.
Thank you for that clarification. And I presume that the second still stands as well? Yeah, okay. Councillor McGrogan.
Yeah, thank you. I guess a question for staff. How does, I guess this motion, how does it change as a result of the failed motion in relation to MCC? Is it still a viable option from staff's perspective?
Managing Director Pancoast.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor McGrogan. It remains a viable option. I would, however, suggest that the proposal for a rate review committee with the increased rigor and diligence at the expense of added burden to staff to go through that process was proposed as a counterbalance against an autonomous MCC. So without an autonomous MCC, it may not be required because it would be adding some value, but with additional costs that are no longer required to balance an autonomous MCC, if that makes sense.
Okay, I have one question just about what is coming back to council for consideration. So I am in favor of a rate review committee, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the breakdown of who is appointed. So it's 5 voting technical members, up to 2 voting councillors, and up to 1 non-voting community observer. I would like to see there be more balance, and I would actually like there to be at least 1 voting community member. And, you know, if we moved it up to 9, we could still have the balance in favor of the technical members, but have a greater representation from the community. Is that going to be in the terms of reference for debate?
Through the chair, I would request that because this is tethered to a possible MCC, that staff have the ability to bring back recommendations and outline the benefits without the MCC. Would you concur, Managing Director Pancoast?
Well, that is happening. So council directs administration to prepare and bring terms of reference for the MCC. So I feel like it is coming back to council, but Managing Director Pancoast?
Mayor Clark, I would suggest that the rate review committee was contemplated in concert with the MCC, so the opportunity to bring back some additional thoughts around that would be welcomed, but it is on the table for council's consideration.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, through the chair. So I really like this as a first step for further conversations or no further conversations, but I do think a rate review committee is something that I heard in the public. I think one of the things that I feel when we're sitting here, like many of us, we've lived all over, and I've always had a choice of electrical providers. We don't have that here. So if they don't have that choice, they should have a say or a vote or ability to be heard and speak. So I like the idea of getting someone that can come and like some technical people on there, but we also have some public interest groups that want to be heard. Let them get to the table, and then 2 to 3 councillors. I think that we absolutely could start this down the right path, and I would hate to see it tethered so it's either all or nothing. I think that we can do good things with the rate review. I mean, when I went over all the documentation, the RRC was sold as a very viable move forward. And in my mind, it was sold as a move forward regardless. It was a good path to go. So I quite like it. I would like to see it stay. I will be supporting this motion to see what that looks like.
All right, Councillor Robbins.
I just want to say, I'm not really sure what a rate review committee structure looks like independent of an MCC. So I'm not going to support the motion because I'm not sure I want a rate review committee without knowing more about the pros and cons. And so this is assuming that that is what we're going to do. And I would like to know the pros and cons of this as a standalone piece and what benefits that we think there are to the community. So I'm not going to support it just because of the way the wording is, the motion is worded. I would like to know, like I said, the pros and cons of the RC, but this motion assumes that we're going to get terms of reference and other things, and I'm not even sure I want to go down that path and do all of the work of the staff until I know whether it's a reasonable idea or not. So I'm not going to support this motion, but if there was more information that came back about it later, I certainly would be willing to consider a rate review committee, but not the way this motion is worded.
I'm going to go to Councillor Van Dyke next, and then City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering if there is a process in which we can defer this back to administration without voting on this. Because my understanding is if we vote on it and it doesn't pass, we have to wait 6 months minimum before it can come back to council?
That only
No?
applies to bylaws.
Oh,
So
okay.
it can come back,
Apologies.
but you certainly are able to make a motion to postpone with instructions.
Because, yes, I think that would be generally what council would like, more information, and administration will need to make some considerations to changes.
Do you want to put that motion forward?
I seconded the original motion. Am I able to do that?
You can.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion to defer this to administration for more information. And I would need instruction on a reasonable date to have this come back to council, and it may not be this council, depending on the time frame.
September?
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So we'll just wait till it's up on the screen. Council postpones the above motion and directs administration to provide additional information, which is stated, there you go. Regarding the RCC. Yeah, I think since we defeated the MCC, we don't need to say that, but it does add clarity. The RCC as a standalone committee. To council at a regular meeting of council in September 2025. What's it telling you on that one? Hyphenated? We know what you mean. So does that reflect Councillor Van Dyke? And as the seconder, Councillor Knodel, does that reflect your, okay. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? All right, we will vote on that. Okay, so that passes, so that'll come back to us in September. Next up is legal fee reimbursement. That's for me. And it was postponed multiple times. At the last council meeting, it was asked of administration to provide information to council with respect to Councillor Dumanowski's concerns that it was inappropriate for me to be bringing this motion to council and making this request to council because it's a pecuniary interest. That I received, so that was provided to the rest of council on June 23rd. I didn't receive it until today, and it's not in the package. So that will need to be added to the minutes of the next agenda. Basically, it says that it's up to me and the exception to the definition of pecuniary interest regarding remuneration and benefits very well could apply in this case. But if there's any gray to it, I think that maybe the municipal government has a different view. But if there's any gray to it, she would normally recommend recusal. But I do want to make my submission after the motion is passed to provide a little bit of context. And I was not able to provide the 4 categories because the request for indemnification and the defamation matter occurred simultaneously. But first we'll need to get a motion on the table. You have to do it. Did we? Oh, so we just are picking up on the motion. Yes, fair, good point. We postponed it. Do we have to make the motion again?
There was no seconder?
Let's just do it again. Oh, Councillor Robbins?
I do want to say something. I'm wondering if we could just take a few minutes break in order to check in with City Clerk to see what the status is of that motion. It's a good time for a break in any event.
So you're making a motion to?
I'm making a motion adjourned till 10:15.
10:15?
Yes, I don't think I want to rush the clerk in providing that important answer.
Do we have a seconder? Seeing none.
I'll second.
Councillor Dumanowski. So the motion is to break until 10:15. Let's vote. That passes. We will adjourn until 10:15. Thank you. All
Three
right.
different little resorts.
We are back in session, and I believe Councillor Robbins has something to say.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Clark. So I did check with the clerk about what there had been no motion last time. The motion that was passed was that council postpone this item, legal fees, until council had an opportunity to speak with external legal counsel to establish the best course of legal action. So that was not a direction to administration to do anything. At the time, I was deputy mayor, and so I undertook that responsibility of contacting external legal counsel. The external legal counsel I contacted was the one who had represented council in the judicial review. So I would like the opportunity to reach out to her to let her know that this motion was made and we have the legal advice, and just confirm that she knows about it and see if she has any concerns, because we were not able to canvass that with her before today. And also, we have received your breakdown. Thank you for that, Mayor Clark. I haven't had a chance to review it. I appreciate we only were able to discuss it a little bit earlier today. So for those two reasons, I would make a motion to adjourn this matter to the very next meeting. And I'm going to suggest we put it at the top of the agenda and prioritize it so we can have the discussion. But I think without those two, the opportunity to review the information you've given us today, I know that you spent some time in the break providing it, and I certainly appreciate that. So we have what we need from you. I don't need anything further personally. I don't think anyone else does. And then I can certainly talk to our external legal counsel as deputy mayor, or perhaps Councillor Sharps as deputy mayor wants to undertake that either way. And we would like the opinion to form part of the package. The administration has not seen the opinion, as they were not the ones who were seeking it. So it didn't hit the package at all. So anyway, for that reason, I am making a motion to adjourn this to the next meeting and setting it first on the agenda.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote.
According to this list here, it's been postponed 5 times. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Deal with it.
I apologize. We have to keep decorum, and it has been postponed many times. We'll see how this vote turns out. That passes. Yes, Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. If you would be okay with me just saying a few words. So I think it's a mix of postponements based on you needed some time and then we needed some time. But in this last one, I will say that, you know what, I recognized too late that it didn't make the package. And so I will accept that, sorry, that I will own that, because when we were talking, I wanted to give you a heads up of the last week. It was quite obvious that this was missed, and I think it should go into the package. But I think Councillor Robbins also made a good point. We received it as kind of a conversation and as maybe not a legal opinion, but versus some legal advice to a client. So I will get the actual legal opinion so that we can put it in the public document, and this will not go past August 18th.
Okay, thank you for that. I will note that I also wasn't on the email, so it was just the people who, well, I guess you wouldn't even be, you were included, but just the people who implemented the sanctions. Okay, so we're gonna move on now to item, oh, wait, yeah, we voted. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, and it's regarding collective bargaining. Councillor Dumanowski, do you want to put a motion forward?
Sure. I'll move that City Council approve an operating budget amendment of $158,584 in 2025 and $213,209 in 2026 to fund the January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2027 collective agreement settlement between the City of Medicine Hat and Local Union 254 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the union, at the electric generation and water treatment plants.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Dumanowski?
Sure. Just briefly through the chair, again, this is in response to the ratification and motion that we dealt with at the last council with IBEW. We had an agreement of the terms that were outlined there, and this is the budget amendment commensurate with that.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, we'll vote on the motion. That's unanimous. Congratulations to both parties for reaching an agreement. 10.3, 2025, Settlement Integration and Language Project, one-time operating initiative request. So this is for only a portion of the amount. So the total amount is $332,248, but the request is partially covered by grants. So the city operating funds amount to only $89,676. I think Councillor Sharp, since economic development is properly under D&I, do you want to make the motion? Okay, does anyone want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. I move that City Council approves the 2025 Settlement Integration and Language Project, or SILP, activities totaling $332,248, resulting in a new one-time operating initiative funded by a third-party grant of $242,572, and City of Medicine Hat operating funds of $89,676.
I'll second that.
Councillor Sharps.
Sorry, I was just wondering if we could get a bit more background on this. Thank you.
City Manager Mitchell?
Through the chair, this will not affect any property taxes at all. It says in the briefing note, it came through admin committee July 9th. Given the nature of tonight's meeting, economic development were more than willing to come and wait, but I said it'll be one of the last items on the meeting. It's fairly straightforward. There's some funding available. We are partnering. The cost to us will be $89,000, but it won't be a new expenditure or a budget amendment. It will be a shifting from the current economic development budget.
Thank you. I guess my question is SILP not a third-party organization? Or is this different? It is the same SILP. So why don't they go through our grant process versus this?
I'm not sure on that, Councillor Sharps. I just know that it came forward through admin committee. This was approved. I believe you were at that meeting. You weren't at that admin committee.
It's a cooperative agreement between two.
Yeah, and there's a memorandum of understanding. And if you look through this, this will contribute to our rural attraction and retention program. And so we're trying to do part of what council believes in, partnership, and make sure that this is being delivered, the workforce strategy and the need for workforce in our community with the partners that are mentioned in here. Catholic, CCIS, and also the integration of Medicine Hat too.
Okay.
So the original arrangement was in conjunction with the Rural Renewal Immigration Program, which we have put on hold, yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's, I guess, why I'm wondering if one program's on hold, why are we funding this? I think I'm missing something, but I don't know what I'm missing.
Through the chair, it's a way to get this still being dealt with partners and with minimal cost to the municipality.
So I guess, thank you, I appreciate that. I guess my question is, do we not have providers in town that already give integration and language?
I'm sure we do, but that went through economic development. They vetted all this. The And so I'm assuming that that's already been cleared.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Canodal.
I don't think I need to speak anymore. I think that it's been clarified. Yeah, just from my understanding, it was just as rural renewal was paused, there was still a need for the service. And it sounds like economic development did a scan and found cooperative opportunities with this organization in Calgary. And as Councillor Sharps has a great question about why not locally, and I assume they started here, but it would, obviously they're not in front of us tonight. I'm definitely in favor of seeing these synergies in action, and it sounds like we only pay a portion, so that's great. But yeah, it sounds like a good opportunity to me.
Counselor Robbins.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I found the briefing note helpful. I don't think necessarily we needed a presentation on it, but when things come through economic development, because they're not socialized through a committee, we only have the briefing notes, so maybe just some thought about maybe a short presentation in that circumstance where we've got, I read the briefing note, I found it really helpful, I'm supportive of it. It made sense in what I'm reading and the different initiatives, and also the community involvement and the partnerships in it. Like, it's a good briefing note, but maybe some sort of short presentation as it didn't socialize through committee might be helpful. That's just an observation. It's not a direction. It's just an observation, but I am going to support the initiative. Thank you.
Counselor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, just a little information for people that may not be aware that CCIS has a local provider, BCIS. So they're based out of Brooks but have a Medicine Hat office. So CCIS is the head organization, but they have a local office, local employees, and local service provision.
Thank you. Counselor Sharps.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess this is to my earlier point that economic development does need to come through committee, and I think City Manager agrees with me there that this is something that needs to. So I will tell you that I'm not going to support this because we have local agencies that actually have this. So SILP is also a great, they're absolutely fantastic, but they're also federally funded through IRCCC. So it is, in my mind, very important that our local, we have SAMIS immigration, we have language skills, we have benchmarks, we have CLBs, we have a whole whack. So I don't know how, because there is no presentation, I'm having to make the assumption that the rest didn't get an opportunity. So
I will note, though, that at least according to the briefing note, some of our positions in economic development will be funded by this grant as well. Yeah, so unless I'm misreading it, previously approved positions within Medicine Hat Economic Development will code their time to this initiative. A grant from Alberta Jobs, Economy and Trades SLIP program contributes $242,572 for a project total cost of the $300,000. So it does seem like some of our positions are funded by it as well.
is it too much to ask to have staff present on this?
City Manager Mitchell, are there timelines at issue here?
There are timelines, and given that if you want to have it back on the 18th, I think we can meet it, and we can also run it through D&I as well, which I think will be helpful if there is a D&I meeting before the 18th, but I'm not aware.
We can talk to the chair.
It has already been run through admin committee, but we can bring it back to the 18th or run it through the next D&I committee. I think that it would be better for the 18th because I believe all the standing committees have been put on hold for the break, so I would suggest the 18th.
I have no life, so I can have that meeting, no problem.
Would you like to make a motion to postpone until August 18th?
Table it till August 18th, but that gives you plenty of time. City Manager? Does that give you plenty of time, City Manager, to route that through? Because I can hold the D&I meeting whenever, other than next week.
Through the chair to Councillor Sharps, we've put all standing committees off on hold, so I'd rather do it on the 18th here at council.
Oh, so she'll come? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right, so we have a motion that has not been seconded yet to postpone this item until August 18th. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? Counselor Dumanowski?
Through the chair. I kind of recommend that we proceed. We heard a moment ago some outbursts from the public around the deferral yet again of the last agenda item. I feel like lately, and I've had a number of people share, we have items on the agenda, and then for everyone that we deal with, we refer or defer. And that happens. It certainly should happen and could happen periodically, but it's happening every meeting. It's before us. The public has been given due opportunity to observe it. We have likewise ourselves before this moment. I would like to proceed.
Are you sure about the timing? Like, is our application pending or?
My understanding is we do have the time.
Counselor Robbins and then Counselor Dumanowski.
I just wanted to say that it appears that some of the initiatives do start July 2025. So if that has any, there's, I think, 7 different initiatives falling under this funding. So I think there may be some timeliness to it.
May I, Ms. Clark, or Mayor Clark?
Yes, you may.
So I think this goes back to the importance of going through the committees then. And that is my issue, is that goes to my committee. It has not been on the agenda. In fact, we've canceled the last 2 committees, meetings. So this is why committee meetings are so important. So either we're gonna have committee meetings or we scrap them and we just do everything here. But other than that, rerouting throughout me or going around any chair or any committee is just not cool. And then staff need to, in all fairness, staff need to be here to answer these questions. So they're not. So if council wants to proceed, that's fine. I will not agree. I don't disagree with you, Councillor Dumanowski. We shouldn't be putting things off, but I expect that I'm fully prepped in a committee meeting to do so.
Yes, this probably is one that should have gone through D&I because we had discussed that before. Having said that, there is a lot of July in the implementation plan. There's even an April 2025, so I don't really know how that works, but it also doesn't prevent us from maybe getting some more information about this at August 18th. But on the floor is a motion to postpone until August 18th. Well, that's defeated. Any more discussion on the originating motion? Seeing none, we'll vote. That passes as well. Next up is, oh, my computer's telling me it's going to shut down. That's relatively inconvenient. No, it's automatically like that guy. 2025 senior management expenses. This was a motion that was passed by council, and we are going to hear from Jillian Campbell, Managing Director of Corporate Services. The recommendation is that council directs administration accordingly. So I'm not sure if you want to make that motion or wait to hear from Managing Director Campbell.
I'd like to hear from
All right, Managing Director Campbell.
Yeah, mine did a total restart and reboot like 1 minute before my item. It's just Murphy's Law.
Could I make a motion to possibly, just because we don't have access to our devices? And
it is
during council meeting?
Inching closer to 11.
I just feel like now we don't have the public here either, and a lot of what she is going to say is very important.
So
for
are
the
you
public.
saying that you're making a motion to adjourn?
I'm making a motion to postpone this item. I'm just looking at what other things we could possibly deal with.
So the next two are motions that are on the agenda, but they were notice of motions put forward by Councillor Sharps previously.
We could deal with Councillor Sharp's notices of motion because we have the information in the motion, and then possibly have Managing Director Campbell be the second in line for the next meeting after Mayor Clark's legal fees requests.
Yeah, so the motion is that we postpone just this one item
Correct, yes.
to August 18th. Is there a seconder? Okay, also, we don't have a seconder for that one. So you're up, Managing Director Campbell. Oh, so actually, Managing Director Campbell, while you're restarting, we could move on to another item because.
I'm good. It's
Okay.
yeah, never typed my password so fast in all my life, so I'll just read a bit. So Director Barta and I thank Council for the opportunity to address the motion from April 7th, where Council had directed administration to publish twice per year all senior administration expenses, including line item details, including without limitation, business travel, meals, and hosting and employee recognition for the senior administration. The creation of this report for the very first time raises the complex issue of transparency, misinformation, and disinformation that could and likely will create concerns for staff that live in this community, volunteer here, and strive to make Medicine Hat a home. However, it is important that Council and administration reassure the public that spending is done with proper process and accountability. But the detailed report with no context on the spending could create that misinformation. And to be clear, business spending does occur in local government. As noted in closed session today, administration shared a very detailed information on employee expenses. And that detail is collected to support audit and approval processes. But it doesn't explain the approval or the support for why those business expenses occurred. Another version was also presented to Council without specific details, but both being published without context could result in misinformation. To ensure good governance and to ensure that the budget approved and the policies approved by Council are followed, administration asks that Council adjust the April 7th motion to result in a new motion for an annual internal audit of employee expenses rather than publishing them twice a year. This would come to Audit Committee and then Council. We are looking for Q2 to spread out the time between year-end activities and an internal audit. So I'd like to share a personal example of an expense that will show on that expense report. I recently went to a local downtown store, and supporting local is important for me. And I purchased 24 cookies for the staff in customer care and billing. It was, I believe, July 3rd, and they were going through an extremely tough time, explaining to people that their property taxes were late and they'd have to incur a penalty. Paying for those business expensed cookies and giving them a handwritten card saying thank you for everything that you do for the City of Medicine Hat is far less expensive than recruiting, onboarding, and training new staff, and it promotes the positive culture that we care about our staff. But I do want to make this very clear for the public. Purchases are reviewed and approved and are to remain within the budget the Council has approved. Transactions must follow internal policies and procedures and are subject to an internal audit by finance at any time. All staff are accountable for their spending, and all senior management are accountable to monitor, approve, and reject, if required, that spending. Internal reports are generated for oversight, as well as a robust monthly financial variance reporting process. Senior management monitors and makes decisions regarding spending that both align with Council's approved budget and Council's approved policies. So to summarize, administration supports council's direction, but in the first run of the report is concerned about a report with detailed spending without the context on that spending would do to staff. Director Barta and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
If I could just get you to clarify the context, why the context can't be provided, like if we're publishing it, if you wouldn't mind.
No, through you, Mayor Clark. When we established those procedures for staff to include such detailed information, they're recording potentially names of business investors in the community, partnerships that we're working on, problem solving that we may be doing with community groups, names of people attending in those meetings, things that without the public's insight on why we're having those meetings or working through things may not clarify. And once misinformation is established, it is spread as fact, even though it may not be. And so we think that using that information for internal audit purposes is required. So we are asking staff to place that information on there. It's not necessarily what we would publish publicly that, you know, we have things on there related to meetings that are promoting the city of Medicine Hat, but may not have a formal agreement in place.
Right. I guess my question is about I was thinking of context as different, so that was my misunderstanding. But redaction, like could you comment on why we can't just redact the information of names of the public and that kind of thing, if that is the concern?
Thank you, and through you to Mayor Clark. Honestly, the time it would take to review and remove that information, I would have to take resources off of other financial items, such as the internal audits we already do for procurement or P-card or for fuel purchases. The year-end process is an exhaustive process from November through to the end of March. So I want to make sure that if we're spending time redacting, that the information going out to the public would still serve a point or a purpose. One of the versions that was shared and closed as a potential way to share the total of what is spent in those categories would be one option.
Thank you. Councillor Knodel?
Thanks, Mayor Clark. Similar to your point, through the chair to Managing Director Campbell. So yeah, my curiosity was about what sort of template is possible if we're trying to find a happy medium to getting this information out while still protecting the integrity of the organization, the integrity of our staff, safety of our staff. Like what I'm imagining, because I'm seeing the document that we were providing enclosed, and a lot of the details about the transaction were in that far right column. And I'm wondering if perhaps there's a way in Excel to delete that far right column. And then I understand that that would kind of leave a question mark about the what, but at least that would be a quick way to remove the details, is by deleting that column. I don't think that that's the right answer. Like, I don't think that's a fulsome answer to the problem, but at least that way it wouldn't have to be like the blackout on Adobe going through and removing all the details. Like, at least that would be a faster way to doing it. Do you see there being an intermediate solution template-wise that even I'm just thinking, like, what can AI do without compromising security too? Like, what do you imagine there being a solution?
Thank you, through the mayor to Councillor Knodel. We certainly can quite easily delete the text column off and give the positives and the negative numbers that you see there in that more detailed report. What we're hesitant to do is to start manipulating the line items to collapse them together and reconcile what are the charges and the reimbursements for all of those pieces. We do spend that time on the report that is for council's expenditures for the public, but that is 9 of you through 1 admin person. I think removing the text is absolutely something that can be utilized. You would still have a listing of all the individual charges, and that's why we provided that one with the collapsed total.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate the attachments that you provided during our closed session. I guess I can say that much. It did bring some clarity, and I do see the complexity. So I guess when you talk about internal audit, could you explain, is that available to the public, an internal audit? What I guess is so the audit committee meets 3 times a year. So I'm wondering is all that information available to the community through that audit report?
So similar to the fuel audit, the P card audit, and the invitational RFP audit that we've done in the last year, we would select randomly. It's a sample size, a large sample size of transactions, and then we would trace the transaction through the approval process. So did it receive the appropriate approvals? Did it follow all of our policies and procedures? And the reason an internal audit is good for that is it then strengthens the governance that council has placed to administration to follow. So we may find that there's a procedure or policy that we have to change or adjust. So it's a good way, an internal audit is a good way to strengthen trust in that the appropriate approvals at the appropriate levels are occurring. It would go through audit committee, and then it would come to council as part of the minutes from audit committee that these transactions were reviewed. We may, in the detailed report of the audit, not show the expansive detail, but it would be available for us to discuss how the policies and procedures are supporting good governance.
Did you throw your voice? Yeah.
No, it's like, I think it must have been the fan that turned off, and I thought my mic turned off, and I was like, oh, I don't want to yell.
Well,
go ahead.
Sorry, we don't have a motion on the floor yet in relation to this, so I'll save my comments, I think, until, I guess, if there's a motion that's put forward.
I do want to wedge in just on this specific issue. My concern, and one of the reasons I requested the information in 2024, was it's important to me as a council member to know what's being spent on, because I wanted to see it so that we could adjust our policies. So if your policies are not great, then the fact that you're following them doesn't really do much. So in order for council to hold administration accountable, the public to hold council accountable, and the public body itself, I would like to see more information so we can track trends and stuff, rather than just this is the amount that is in expenses, because really that I don't think that's significantly better than just having a salary and benefits line item. Councillor Robbins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clark. So as you all know, I work for another level of government, and so my salary is disclosed and all of my expenses are disclosed each time I have an expense. I was just trying to find myself, but it's been so long since I've had an expense, because I don't leave Medicine Hat as often as I did back in the day. But the table that I'm looking at that the government of Alberta prepares, I would be curious to know about a couple of things. One, how do they gather this information? Is there an automation of this process that they're using to make it a lot easier? But the table says the division, the person's title, the person's name, what the general category was. I'm looking like travel, the type, whether it's grounds, transportation, meals, like that sort of subcategory. And then it says the date, the amount, and just a basic description, attend Edmonton meeting. it doesn't contain more detail than that. But as a citizen, I mean, feel free to look me up if you like. I couldn't find myself, but I'm now looking at a former chief crown prosecutor. He's now from Calgary now, I think a judge somewhere or something. I can see all of his expenses from 2014. And if they were under a policy like mileage or something like that, it's just the amount, no receipt. And then there's also scanned receipts for the different expenses as well. So my curiosity about, okay, I'll say a couple things. First of all, as somebody whose expenses were always disclosed in this system, I've always appreciated that I'm paid by taxpayers, and taxpayers pay this money if they want to know how much mileage. I went to Brooks and back, twice a week for years, it felt like, and people wanted to know what that was. They certainly could be able to know where their taxpayer don't, like, how much does it take to send a prosecutor to Brooks twice a week? If they want to look it up, they could. So there's that, but my other curiosity was always, what kind of computer system do they have to pull this all together? Because manually doing it, which is part of the concern, is the information that you have has too much detail. Because that, who was for lunch and what kind of business and partnerships we were trying to establish. If people really wanted to know, I'm sure there's emails that could be FOIP'd about that, setting up that meeting if people really wanted to know. But within the table itself, I think it could be, just so people understand where those taxpayer dollars are going, I think it could be narrowed down. I don't think that we have the technology in the city to do that. So I appreciate the thought that maybe that could be pulled together for audit committee in a more effective way than it could be uploaded as it exists. I agree that the upload as it exists, it goes beyond the detail that, it has too much detail in it. But I think if there was a way to sort of adjust our systems or have better systems that could do reporting like the government of Alberta does. I think if you looked at, I showed it to city manager earlier, and anyone can access it. It's not like because I have a code or something. It's available. That's the whole point of it, is that anyone can look and see where your taxpayer dollars is going. And everyone is just listed alphabetically. I think there's over 44,000 pages, never mind entries. So a lot of detail if you really want to get into it. Anyway, but my point is if there was some sort of technology that could make that easier, that's one. And then the other thing is I don't think this council has ever suggested that we review some of those policies and make sure they still resonate with the needs of our community in the way that they might have when they were first implemented. And I think we might be too late for that project because I think it would take a while to figure that out. But I think those policies probably need some level of review because it's very good to say that we follow the policies and we audit according to the policies. My question is governance, do we have the right policy in place? Right, but that's a question beyond what you're asking today, but it is something that is important to me, I think.
I will note that an updated version of the expense policy did come to council in 2024, and I can't remember if we postponed it. My recollection is that we put it back to administration to amend and come back to us. So, go ahead, Managing Director Campbell.
Through Mayor Clark, I can sort of answer both items. So the updated version of the employee expense policy and the vehicle allowance, if I'm naming them right, thank you, Director Barta, are both actually in draft. We've had a few meetings over the last couple of weeks in order to ensure that that one is updated, and there is one for council as well, because right now they're together. In reference to the internal audit, it's not just necessarily that, and my apologies for the confusion, that the policies are being followed, but as chartered professional accountants, our due diligence to ensure that we would advise council if we found that they're not as strong or the internal controls are not as strong as they should be. And so that would be part of what an internal audit is. Councillor Robbins, you're correct in that the GOA does publish those 44,000 pages, and I'd probably have a hard time finding you as well. In a smaller community, some of our staff are the local baseball coach They are much more embedded in the community and in a much smaller report, much easier to find. So it is part of our concern in how the public would interpret the information and potentially treat staff if they didn't agree to what they're seeing on those specific details. And in the case, an example of buying 24 cookies for staff to tell them that I care about them, please keep answering with good customer service. The City of Edmonton does, or did at one time, they don't anymore, between 2016 and 2019, did a similar type of report, and it was, the text is similar, hosting DCM, which is would be a position like myself, 2 city staff and 2 guests. And that was a procedure change that they made in order to be able to put this information in open data and then publish the reports. So they made an internal procedure change. Their financial system is a bit more robust than ours, and they used an extra field in their system that would be printed for this report.
I have to call a technical timeout. We are at 10:57, and this meeting ends at 11. So either we need to put a motion forward to extend the meeting, at least just to deal with this one thing. But it looks like there's quite a bit of discussion still to happen. I feel like 11 is already late, but just FYI, we have 3 minutes.
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting until the conclusion of this item on our agenda.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Let's vote. Oh, it passes. All right. Hopefully we don't go too much past 11 because I'm tired. Okay, so I apologize I interrupted you. Did you have more to say on that or?
No, I'm good to go to the next question.
Thank you. Councillor Dumanowski.
Well, Your Worship, I have thoughts. It's not a question, is this the right time? I don't think, we're kind of doing a mishmash right now, correct? Or no?
There's no motion on the table,
Okay.
so
So anything?
Yeah.
Anything goes, okay.
I think so,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll try to be brief. Like Councillor Sharps, I'm going to try really hard to be brief. This did come through closed corp, and so, we've had a chance to have the conversation. I know at that time, the conversation around this being the first time out of the gate for staff to put some semblance of organization or transparency around a process that isn't currently done. Certainly was well respected and supported by staff, but there were questions, and so my comments are around the same. How do we strike an appropriate level of moving to this end, but respecting and protecting sensitivities that have the high likelihood of being misinterpreted or completely taken out of context. And so from the standpoint of some of the conversation already, I like the idea of there being broader categories that have some consistency from department to department, which is still kind of having to be organized and situated going forward if council continues down this path or proceeds to have this become a standing item. I like the idea of that because it fits with current council practice. So I went to Ottawa to FCM. My expenses, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure are listed as such. I have no problem with that being there. And if I did, it wouldn't matter because it's there as a matter of process. But it's the totality of it is there. And in some ways, it speaks more to the fact that there is a total expense associated with one of their representatives going to that conference versus it being broken down into a number of smaller categories, which could be interpreted as an attempt to make it look less than it is. And so it's neither here nor there a win scenario. I like the idea, and the discussion happened at the table about it going through audit committee. It fits extraordinarily well there. I was a former chair of audit, and Councillor Hirsch is currently there, and I understand and certainly believe it fits well there, whether it's MNP or KPMG in the past, whomever. We've always had the chance to kind of do a deeper dive there, no different than what the public sees and what we do internally, and the chance to caucus with our auditors and do that deeper dive. That holds the scrutiny and detailed evaluation whole, because there are representatives, being elected officials, and their auditors have a chance to look at it at the minutia level. I like the idea it being tied or tethered to the balanced against the approved budget line items, which is really what we're after here. And if there's a delta between what was budget and what isn't and whatnot, that again, that can happen at the audit level. Context and rationale is critical. I'm not sure those were the words that were used earlier, but I've always said that because the integrity of that information matters based on those factors. So I'm certainly not interested, and I'm hoping no one around the table is interested in creating another gotcha situation, as our municipal inspection refers to on page 101. This isn't about catching staff or putting them in a position where we are at any extent going to expose sensitive information that can otherwise be reviewed, approved, vetted, and understood by an auditor and council members at the audit committee. And so for that reason, I support moving down that path. I think it's at the very least the first step toward maybe an iterative approach that we might, or future councils will take toward greater transparency. And it'll also give staff a chance and management to coordinate and create a process that matches department to department, and also maybe mimics to some extent other municipalities who have been doing this for some period of time. So I'm supportive of that direction.
Thank you. I'm going to wedge in one more time. I apologize. Perhaps this is a way forward. We don't really have a comparison of options that we have the capacity to do without filling in. You don't have to fill in the blanks, but like Councillor Robbins identified a structure, and what structures are, you didn't say the word structure, but you know, the identified categories, have just examples of, without filling them, come to council of what the different options are. So even in an audit report, what might that look like? What information will be included? And then, you know, Councillor Knodel had a suggestion. And then what could we do for a cost? I mean, they'll all have some cost, but I'm just throwing that out there as one possible way of proceeding to get the actual options that are available to council before we make the decision. Councillor Hirsch.
Well, I was going to attempt to sew this up a little bit myself. You know, this is a bit of a prickly issue, because I'm reminded of that adage where it's a no-win scenario in terms of the answer, and it's kind of the equivalent of, are you done beating your dog? So there's no win. You're either, yes, I'm done, which construes that you did beat your dog, or no, you're still beating your dog. And in this case, if you say no to displaying, then, well, you've got something to hide. And if you say yes, then what does that look like? And the idea of misdirection, misinformation is alive and well. So my suggestion would be, and what I've heard is two themes: trust and efficient use of time. So we actually have capacity within our audit group of M&P that we actually get freebie in the fact that they allow us areas to consider and a option to do an audit. And Managing Director Campbell, you referred to the P card. I also will add the fuel audit that we did. So this absolutely can be something that of an areas of consideration that we can ask M&P, a third party, to do best practice, review our policies compared to other options that are out there. And if it's something that we want to move forward with of a expanded edition that can be put on the website with respect on both sides, we can get M&P to get some best practices together and give us some suggestions in terms of, we don't have to redevelop the wheel here, folks. Maybe there's best practices out here already, and we can get M&P to kind of work on this. So that would be the equivalent of my motion if do so.
Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. So I will say that I don't think reporting expenses should be as cloak and dagger as we're making it. I think that they are public. This is taxpayer dollars. It's no different than somebody accessed my expenses and said, sent me a message and said, I don't understand all your expenses. And I said, great, can I buy you a coffee and I'll go through them? So, and I did, and I didn't expense my coffee. And I just sat there and I went through every line item, and he's like, oh, I did, so you don't get paid to go? No, we don't get paid to go. Oh, I didn't know that. So it wasn't, I think that we need to give our community a bit of credit. They just are in a time, and I think Councillor Robbins said it earlier, like, times are really tough, and they want to make sure that we're just as responsible. So when you're public about your expenses, maybe it'll force everyone to be cautious about what they're spending their money on, because it is taxpayer dollar. I don't have a problem with anybody buying cookies in appreciation, but we also have to be appreciative of where we're getting this money from, and that's the taxpayer. So I personally would like to see this published without names, especially with, I just don't think the names of employee bought pizza. But I would hope that as we put in for that expense, we go, wait a minute, this is gonna be public. Is this a public expense that I need to put in? And I think that's the whole point of making them public. It forces everybody to think about what you're putting in. Like our council expenses, it's literally our trips and our fees, and that's it. Most of the meals are provided. Like, I don't think I've ever expensed a meal or any, right? So I'm okay with it. I'm fine with everybody seeing it. So that's my opinion. I think that we should be as transparent as possible with our expenses. And the more transparent we are, again, the more we can see it, it becomes more, we're not trying to hide things. Let's just be open and honest about it, and maybe we can get this down. I believe we can get the dull roar, or the roar down to a dull roar with some good communication and honest transparency. But that is my belief. So I would like to see it. Other levels of government do it. I don't think it should be treated with kid gloves. We're all making money off the taxpayer, so we need to post it. I'm shutting up.
Okay, I have Councillor McGrogan next, and just as a reminder, we don't have a motion on the table yet, so whatever anyone wants to do, they'll have to put forward a motion. Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. A little tough to put a motion together like this is,
Yes.
I think this conversation is getting us to a motion, which I really appreciate, actually. So I'm not going to beat the dog, but I'm going to beat my drum a little bit on this one. And I do think there is a balance here, so appreciate everything that's been said. I really like Councillor Hirsch's idea of tying this somewhat to audit to maybe come back with best practices. But I do believe that this is a public confidence and transparency issue. I sort of really dislike those words, but we do have to get to a point where, you know what, let's just rip the scab off. We all, I've been living off the taxpayer my whole career, and I'm thankful. But I'm not ashamed of it, and I don't think I have to hide it. And I understand that it's a little more sensitive at some levels, and I appreciate that. So if we can find a balance here somehow to creating public confidence by giving them information, because we're spending their money, and making sure that our employees are safe and that they feel valued. I'm not, just like other people have said here, I'm not ashamed of drawing mileage or, whatever, buying lunch if I'm for somebody, if I'm doing business on behalf of the city. But it's reported, and I'm okay with that. And I'm very appreciative that we need to find a balance, but we also need to be more transparent, in my view. And I think this conversation is a great start to that, and where it ends up, I'm pretty open about it. But, yeah, so I'm not going to beat my dog, Darren. It's not going to happen.
Thank you for not beating your dog. I would, if you have a motion, we can put that forward. I would also suggest, just based on what I've seen, it might be a little bit less of the technology we have and a little more of the consistency of naming conventions and filling in that one field. So food for thought there. Councillor McGrogan, do you have a motion to make?
I don't know if it would change because city manager wanted to speak and Councillor Van Dyke. Should we do that
Okay.
first, just to see where we get to here?
Yep, City Manager Mitchell?
Through the chair, I just want to say that the term cloak and dagger, I just have a little problem with. Staff is responding to a motion, and we're trying to make sure that we're being mindful, meeting council's motion, but also being careful in the data that we provide without context. Also, if we are going to look at this, there is a recommendation about expenses in the municipal inspection report. So make sure that we take that into consideration. And I do agree with Councillor Hirsch that there is some options to go through the audit committee.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I don't want to belabor the points already made, but I did want to weigh in and share my view of it. So based on what we've seen both in this meeting and previously, so I have a personal rule to not discuss private residence in public forums, and I wouldn't want to have that happen in any public records coming forward. So that's probably a given for everybody, but I just wanted to say that. I also don't want to compromise the city's business nor staff safety and right to privacy in a community that is really a small town. I've said it before, we're not Calgary or Edmonton. You've said it, every person listed in here, like we all know all these people. We all know everybody here. And it's not the same as Calgary and Edmonton. If your name goes on a list in the city of Edmonton, it's 1 million and some people. The impacts are not as significant as it is in a community like this. And then context, of course, as was said, context is vital. Without context and understanding, what is perceived as transparency to increase public trust could actually undermine public trust. And I think that's a really difficult balance to achieve. And I fully 100% support Councillor Hirsch's idea. I think, yes, why reinvent the wheel if our third-party arm's reach auditors do this work for other organizations and could come forward with suggestions of best practice, then we should be availing ourselves of that opportunity. Thank you.
We did already have a briefing note come forward identifying, I'm pretty sure that, Director Koken? Did I get it wrong again? Okay, yay! Provided some information about the jurisdictional scan and practices. I'm not saying that it's a bad idea to get someone else to do it either. If we want to, so basically what this is administration is making a request to council to amend a motion that has already been made. So if we do nothing, that motion remains the motion. If we want to amend the motion, we have to do that as a
Reconsideration.
So it's a motion to reconsider.
Yeah.
Or we could replace the motion. Like we could withdraw and add a new motion. So, Councillor McGrogan, I saw you writing.
Bet you can't read it. So I just kind of scribbled out a quick motion. As I hate, as Councillor Hirsch has said, motions on the fly are usually disastrous. But, I'm fine with something like direct administration to return with recommendations to balance public transparency regarding reporting senior expenses by the end of Q3. And again, I don't know, something like that, I think, I don't know if we're close, but something like that that allows administration to come back with something that balances the two. And again, I'm thankful for the acknowledgement of some of the sensitivities around it and appreciate it. So do you want I can throw that motion up, we can give it a try.
Absolutely. I am going to go to Managing Director Campbell, who is raising her hand.
Just in the essence of the time that it takes to engage the auditors, give them access to information and have them do that work. And they will be here before we know it, the snow will start falling and they will be here for year-end work. Putting a timeline of Q3 would be very tight, if not impossible in my mind.
I don't think that Councillor McGrogan's motion directed that our external auditor provide the options. It was just provide options.
Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah, so basically, it's just to come back with recommendations and how we can balance it. And, and I think that leaves it fairly open, but it also, it responds back to the community about the notice of motion that was on the table. I don't know if you want me to.
I apologize. My computer is fully gone now. Can someone remind me what the exact motion was? Because I feel like there have been a couple of motions. One was for a jurisdictional scan and information, so that motion might have already been made, but yes, that did come back.
And so this one was for March.
So this March one was for the expenses, period.
That's right.
Okay.
And I've got it in front of me, Madam Mayor, if you want me to read it.
Nope, that's okay. So the motion, if we could get the the page where you type the motions, so we can all see it. I know Councillor McGrogan just said it, but.
Do you want me to redo the motion? The old one?
Not the original one.
Nope.
Just the one that is.
Got it.
Yeah. Council direct administration to return to council.
To return it to council with recommendations to balance public transparency regarding reporting of senior expenses by the end of Q3, I said, but perhaps if just the recommendations, the end of Q3, I think might be appropriate. Managing Director?
Respect both the need for public transparency. Don't write this because I'm just freewheeling. That respects transparency with privacy.
No, privacy.
I feel like it
Privacy-
makes sense the way that it is because public bodies, the employees of public bodies have different privacy rights than people who aren't employees of public bodies. So, are you satisfied with that motion, Councillor McGrogan?
I invented it. Quite satisfied.
I'll second that.
And we have a seconder. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote. That is unanimous. I am going to, just because we extended, and I know you put a time frame on that, but I am going to request a motion to adjourn so that the items that Councillor Sharps has on the agenda will be put on the next agenda. Can anyone make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you. We'll vote. That's unanimous, and this meeting is adjourned at 11:21.